All righty. Thank you all so much. Peace, love, and blessings to everyone that has tuned in with us on tonight. Shout out to everyone in the comment section. I ask that you all hit that like button, comment, share, subscribe to the channel so that when we go live to speak this truth, you all will be notified. Shout out to Meatloaf. Shout out to Mr. Bay. Shout out to McMahon. My ladies haven't gotten in yet, but they'll be in shortly. Once again, peace, love, and blessings to everyone. Good morning, good noon, good night, good evening to whatever part of the world you are located in. So tonight, you all, we're gonna bring you content pertaining to Eazy. And we're gonna break this thing down. May he rest in peace. Another real one gone, been gone. Um, they read you when you tell the truth. You know, when you speak the truth, tell the truth, and cannot be controlled. They read you. So we're gonna break this thing down tonight. I have a guest that's gonna come up to the panel a little later with us when they get in, and we're gonna discuss this thing. But I ask that you all sit back, enjoy the content as it's bought. Shout out to my moderators. Shout out to everyone watching. Please look to your left, hit that like button, comment, share, subscribe. So when we go live, you will be notified. Hope everybody day was blessed on today. So y'all already know I'm about to bring up my guy, Mr. Bass. Mr. Bass, where you at, baby? Y'all know I send that content. He gonna run that thing and he gonna make sure, y'all see everything y'all need to see. Hey, babe, how you
Hey,
doing?
hey, I'm doing
Hey,
good.
all right now. Blessings, babe. Blessings. How
Yeah,
are you today?
pretty peaceful, pretty peaceful. Taking care of business and getting ready for my recording section next week.
I know, right? Blessings,
Yeah,
blessings. Starting this year off with a bang, baby. I'm gonna
hey,
I'm gonna tell y'all something, but I'm trying to wait till it goes through first before I say anything. Like, and I'm gonna see first. So I started playing with some, and when I started playing with some, I got about 7,000 in, but it says that it's pending. So I don't know. We shall see. You know,
hey,
we shall see. Sometimes when I get to somebody send me some links and get to doing things, and when I sit there and wait on that, there's nothing but time on my hand, and like when I'm doing research or whatever else, and when I'm done, like there's time on my hand, and I love to play games, so
hey,
listen, so when I get to playing them games, guess what? I be tuned in because one of them I'm almost on level 4,000, right? So
all
I
right.
had this time on my hand, so I hit for about 7, but I don't know. I'll see once it's unleashed. I don't know, but hey, we'll tell. If so, baby, we're gonna have a blessed day of celebration over there.
Hey,
Hey, I'm gonna
I'm,
send you everything in one, baby. What they call that shit, hard love day, cause I love you every day, baby. not just the day that they gave us on the schedule to talk about love. You're supposed to love every day, okay?
All right. Yes,
But I
indeed.
got to, yes, but I'm about to go on mute and I'm gonna let you do your thing. So when you do your thing, then when you ready for me, just call me. I'm right here. Then I do what they do.
All right. Peace and blessings, everybody. Thank you for joining us. You honor us with your presence, and we thank you because you could be anywhere you want to be, but you're here with us, and we're so appreciative of that. And y'all know I don't do a whole lot of talking, and so therefore I'm gonna. I got a lot of tabs up here tonight, so y'all bear with me. And we're gonna kick this off with the first video.
Uh Mr. Bass, before we kick it out with the first video, wait.
Go ahead.
You done missed some now. I'm gonna do the prayer on Friday. We ain't prayed because you already know, Mr. Bass, we about to go deep with this thing because we about to expose some of everything. And we must lead in prayer because them demons out. Hey, they
Hey,
ready. So they've already taken one down. You know what I'm saying? See, when you put that truth out there, they try to hide it and stop you from talking. But what they ain't know will get with. Hey, the subscribers gonna come. The what you call it? What you call it? Whatever else gonna come. But we ain't worried about that, baby. We worry about getting the truth out. So,
thanks.
if they take it down, however and whatever, get with. It's nothing to just go ahead on and do another one. Most our subs, family and friends, into who you feel me. So, yeah, we're gonna start this thing off with a prayer first, Mr. Bass. And I'm gonna go on mute. And once I say amen, then you run it.
All right.
Thank you, babe.
Uh, Father, we come to you boldly to the throne of grace, to the throne to obtain mercy. And we give you thanks and praise for everything you've done. We thank you for this day and the days that you have before us. And Father God, we pray over this channel and over everybody that's in this channel, Lord, that you protect us and surround us with your angels in your parapet. And we thank you for the blood of Jesus that covers us in all things. And Father, we pray that what comes forth tonight, allow your spirit to speak to our hearts and open our eyes to what's going on and what's happening to our people here on this earth in this time, in these last days. And we give you the praise, we give you the glory for everything that's done. And we pray that we be in your will tonight and not in ourselves. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you so much, Mr. Bass. Oh, that God, baby Vita. Shout out to my girl Vita. Peace, love, and blessings, Vita. Lily and the B in shortly. So, Mr. Bass, I'm about to go on mute. I'm gonna hit you in a private chat with some. But also, Mr. Bass, may you drop the link in the comment section. So therefore, when our guests come up, um, we're gonna have to navigate to let her know. Thank you so much. We're gonna have to navigate to let her know how to go by coming to the back panel. I've already sent information to her to let her know like what to do when she come up. We're gonna see her in the back before anybody else see her. Um
Right.
so that's what we're gonna do. So I'm about to go on mute and I'm gonna allow you to go ahead on and bring forth the content. And once again, I thank you so much, Mr. Bates, for all you do. You are a blessing to Boss Lady and the family. You understand me? Listen,
Amen.
you don't hesitate. When I seen those tabs, I was like, whoa. Look, I'm in the process of coming to stream you. You was like, Boss Lady come to stream you. I was like, oh my God. But I had already told you, I was like, I got so much.
Yeah. A lot of content. Amen.
Yes, Lord. So once again, we thank you all so much for tuning in. Please hit that like button, comment, share, and subscribe. If anybody come in, just sit back and enjoy the content. Like I said, you all know, for those who don't know us, know that we put out the truth. So all is well. Let's go, Mr. Bass.
We sit in the courtyard of St. Elmo's Village. St. Elmo's Village is a place of creativity, of creation. We declare if you live in a shoebox, it too can be brightened up. Be your best you, in jail, in the hospital, on a hill, in the valley. You can lose you by trying to be someone else, but you can indeed be your best you.
So what do you guys think of Eazy-E? Do you know who that is?
Yeah. Oh,
He's fine. You like Eazy?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
What's up?
He's going to be here in probably about 20 minutes. Knowing him, he's late.
Close the door.
So it's St. Elmo's Village. I'm Terry B, and this is Eazy-E. We're just going to do a little interview here with my main man and head of my record company, and I've got a lot of beef to pick with him, so we can basically start from there.
Is that right?
Dope style, show Eazy, what you gotta say?
A miracle, modern creation. Eazy-E's on the set, hyped up with the bass and a little bit of what you love from a brother who's smooth like a criminal.
Let's find out what you got going in the future. You have an album coming out, right?
Of course.
Temporarily Insane.
Yeah, kinda.
Yo, it's obvious. Tell them who you came to see.
Wait a minute. I've been seeing interviews with you wearing like straight jackets and masks and all sorts of crazy things. Does that have to do with your album?
Mm-hmm. Come on.
So you're temporarily insane right now. This is a thing you're going through right now, but temporary, right?
I just took my medicine not too long ago, so.
So you're okay for the interview, right?
Sure.
You're not gonna like freak out or anything, right?
Not yet, I don't think.
What's up?
Why you wear your pants like that?
I wear my pants like this for easy access, baby.
I'm gonna say a word to you right now. Just say the first word that pops into your mind, okay?
Well, where we taking this jam to? Where? All right.
Africa.
Compton.
Everybody in the house.
Black.
White.
I can hear you.
Devil.
Triple sixes. Hey.
Yeah, nothing can avoid this shot because it's hitting.
You listen to just
Just
rap?
about,
You listen to rock and roll?
everything.
Everything. What's like your
Heavy
favorite
metal.
rock band? What's like a rock band you like?
Rock band. Guns N' Roses.
Guns N' Roses? You don't have a problem with Guns N' Roses?
Nah.
Cool. Do you plan on rapping for like, where do you see rap going, in other words? Do you see it staying around
Yeah,
for
for
10
a
more
while.
years or
Yeah, probably so.
you think so?
Mm-hmm.
That's good. And yourself, do you write your own lyrics or do you produce any of your
We all
tracks?
right.
You're all right.
Yeah, a little producing. Some stuff I write myself, some stuff everybody pitch in on to help.
If there was a rating chart from say 1 to 10, where would your lyrics be rated? 10 being most explicit. Are you like
About an 8.
at an 8? Who do you think is the most explicit rapper out?
I don't know.
You think Luke Skywalker is more explicit to Live Crew than NWA?
That's like a different style again. They talk about other stuff. We
They
talk
talk-
about
Right.
different stuff. They talk about way out stuff.
Because I'm ruthless. When I spot a sucker, I kill him.
Would you say that you're a gangster?
I do more.
Not anymore. Why is that? What made you give up that lifestyle?
I didn't give it up.
You didn't give it up.
Different person
You're a different person.
right now.
Why do you wear lokes? Why do it's very rare that anyone ever sees you without your lokes, like on television or in videos, or you're very
Why?
yeah.
Let me show you why.
No, don't do it. I know exactly.
Just on my eyes, though.
I'm not even looking. I'm not even gonna look. It's so simple.
That's why I wear 'em.
I want to see those hands up in the air. Come on, say it. Who's got love to sing? Here's Eazy.
Are you proud to be American?
Yeah.
And that's the way Eazy does.
Yo, what's up? It's Kendrick Lamar, and I just sat down with
Shout out to About Time, peace, love, and blessings. Cut your camera on. Only we can see you. About Time. Cut your camera on so we can see you. Then cut your camera back off. Okay, love, thanks. Go ahead on and run it, Mr. Bass. I'm gonna bring you up about time. Just keep your mic muted and your camera off. Go ahead, Mr. Bass.
Major streets of Compton, California, that had a reputation for high crime rates and gang culture in the area. Due to the fact that in the 1970s, Compton was decimated by gang wars between the Bloods and the Crips, with sets fighting over territory, drugs, women, and money. With Eazy-E seeing all this going on, he would adapt to his surroundings, with Eazy-E always wanting to be larger than life. He knew he would have to do some extraordinary things to get him and his family out of the predicament they were in. With his parents being two working class individuals, with his father being a postal worker and his mother working with the school board, it was enough to maintain, but not enough to get ahead in life. Even Eazy-E at first was trying to work regular jobs as a teen, but he just couldn't stand working for somebody else and having to adjust his schedule to a job. So Easy would start hustling on the streets as a teenager, getting introduced to the game by his cousin, Horace Butler, becoming a runner at first for his cousin. For you guys who don't know what a runner is, it is somebody who delivers goods to customers on a dealer's behalf. As a young teenager, Eazy-E would experience a lot of trials and tribulations while in the streets, from seeing friends and family get murdered to getting harassed by the police. By the time Eazy-E got to the 10th grade, he figured there wasn't no point to even go to school due to how busy he was getting in the streets, and he didn't see his future involving school anyways, so he would drop out. During his time in the streets, Eazy-E would amass a large fortune selling narcotics in the Compton area, with allegedly him making over a half a million dealing drugs by the time he was in his early 20s. Moving up from runner to becoming one of the biggest wholesalers of coke in Compton, selling the majority of his work to the Crip sets of the surrounding area. But everything would change when Eazy-E cousin who introduced him to the game would be murdered, and it would cause Easy to realize he can't live this life forever. Easy would decide to start making his way into the music industry via hip hop. And at this time, hip hop was just beginning to gain notoriety in the West Coast, beginning in the 70s with artists like Uncle Jam's Army and the World Class Wrecking Crew. In the mid 80s, Eazy-E would begin his journey setting up a studio in the garage of his parents' home and using it as a launching pad to get things started. This is where Dr. Dre would come into the fold. Dr. Dre at that time was a popular DJ in Compton and was in a group called World Class Wrecking Crew, a electro group consisting of members Dr. Dre, DJ Yella, Clientele, and Alonzo Williams. And Dre and Eazy-E already knew each other due to them growing up in the same neighborhood, with Dre starting to get to know him more personally due to him periodically recording tracks in the garage of Eazy-E's parents' house. But in his early years, Dr. Dre would stay in trouble with the law, boiling over to where Dr. Dre would be arrested for thousands of dollars in unpaid parking tickets for his Mazda RX-7. This will happen a lot with Dre, which in cause will have him be in a lot of debt to World Class Wrecking Crew leader Alonzo Williams, who will bail Dre out every time he got in trouble. But this last time, Alonzo Williams had enough of bailing Dre out. With Dre having nobody else to call, he would call Eazy-E to pay the $900 bail. Eazy-E would bail Dre out, but with a proposition, and that's if Dre produced a couple tracks for Easy as part of his repayment, and Dre would agree to the deal. Dr. Dre was essential in the beginning due to the fact Dre had experience in the music industry to a certain extent with being in the world class wrecking crew, and he knew how to properly mix, master, and produce a track for Easy. With a deal in place, Dre told him that he was already working with a group with Ice Cube called HBO out of New York and asked Eazy-E how he felt about investing into the group. Eazy-E would agree and put the money up to record at a real studio and see how things turned out, with intentions of pushing this group to the masses if all went well. Dre will also bring along Arabian Prince, who was a solo artist in his own right, around to studio sessions, building a family atmosphere at the beginning of it all. A couple songs would get recorded during this process period, but while in the studio one day, HBO wouldn't perform the lyrics that Ice Cube had wrote for them, with the song being titled Boys in the Hood. With the group feeling the lyrics was whack, which in cause will start an argument between everybody at the studio, forcing Easy to record the song himself, since Ice Cube couldn't record because he was already a part of a group. Eazy-E would lay down the vocals for the track called Boys in the Hood, and Dre would realize they have created a star, with Eazy-E exceeding expectations, and the song would turn out to be a hit. Through the next couple of months, Eazy-E, Dr. Dre, and Arabian Prince would sell records out the trunk of their cars and swap meets to make money at the beginning. with Eazy and Dre getting the song to be played on the local radio station called 1580 K-Day, and it would go #1 on the radio station for multiple weeks. But with all the success, Eazy wanted to become bigger and actually get some real distribution behind them. This is where Jerry Heller would come into the picture. Heller and Eazy would first meet in the summer of 1987 in the offices of Macola Records. Alonzo Williams would set up the meeting between the two. Alonzo knew Heller because Heller was managing the world-class wrecking crew and managing the group CIA. Eazy would then play a couple tracks for Heller, but Boys in the Hood would catch Heller's ear, who would be impressed with the song. And from that point on, Heller and Eazy would become business partners, officially creating Ruthless Records. Heller would front $250,000 of his own money to begin the label. In exchange, he was given a 20% cut from all of Ruthless Records' profits, but Eazy still owned the business entirely himself. With this new deal in place, Eazy-E will have a talk with Dre and Arabian Prince to start a group under his newfound label, with all parties in agreement. Dre would recruit Ice Cube to join with them, forming the first formation of NWA in early 1987, with MC Ren and DJ Yella joining later on that year. With Eazy being cool with Ren in the streets and DJ Yella already being a close confidant to Dr. Dre, being in a world-class wrecking crew with him. The group would immediately get to work, officially releasing Eazy-E's first single titled Boys in the Hood on March 3rd, 1987, with the song becoming a major success on Billboard, peaking number 50 on the Billboard Hot 100, leading to the group NWA being a part of the compilation album NWA and the Posse, which was really a bootleg according to Arabian Prince, with the album re-releasing NWA and other local underground West Coast artist songs all on one project through Macola Records. The album would help gain more traction for the group and build a bigger buzz for them, setting up the red carpet for Eazy-E and NWA to release their debut album titled Straight Outta Compton on August 8th, 1988, released through Priority Records, with the album becoming a major success for the group and was one of the most important albums in hip-hop history, opening up the mainstream to gangster rap with their hardcore lyrics and brash content, with most of the lyrics being written by Ice Cube, MC Ren, and the DOC, with songs like Express Yourself and F the Police being theme songs for all the ghettos around the world at that time, especially F the Police, due to the fact everything that was going on with police brutality and LAPD's war against gangs and young black men in America, with the song gaining a lot of pushback from police departments across the country and even getting a letter from the FBI to stop before things get ugly and out of hand. The album will go on to peak #9 on the Billboard Top R&B Hip Hop Album charts and will be certified platinum. And Eazy-E the next month will follow up with his debut album titled Eazy Does It on November 23rd, 1989, with this album being executive produced by Dr. Dre and DJ Yella. They would develop more a cohesive sound on this album than they did with the Straight Outta Compton album, showcasing Eazy's personality through his controversial lyrical content in his songs. Eazy Does It would be another successful album for Ruthless, peaking number 12 on the top R&B hip hop album charts, with the album eventually being certified double platinum. At this point, Ruthless Records, NWA, and Eazy-E was on fire and was making a lot of money. And this is where the first problem would arise for the group, coming from Arabian Prince, with claims he wasn't getting paid for the work he had done through the years, with him accusing Jerry Heller of screwing the group out of millions of dollars. With tensions boiling over while on tour, Arabian Prince will leave NWA abruptly.
Once NWA started to roll out, you didn't really hear about Arabian Prince.
I bounced. I did the whole Shark Tank. I'm out.
So what happened?
Well, that album and the album before. So when we did the first records, we were already touring. We were already doing shows and all of that kind of stuff. And then we started working on Straight Outta Compton. During that whole time, I was always asking, like, dude, what's up on the money? You know what I mean? Because I was the only one in the group who actually had a solo career. Dre and Yella were under the Wrecking Crew. They never took care of the business, but I did my own business on my records. So I knew what royalties were, how much we should have been getting. And that first NWA thing blew up. You know what I mean? And I'm like, where's all that money? And every time I would ask, oh, talk to Eazy. Oh, talk to Jerry. We would never see that money. And it went on and on and on. So eventually I'm like, man, as a solo artist before, I started making my own records to do this group thing. It blew up. It was blowing up. We're not making money and we got hits. I made more money as a solo artist because at least I was getting my money direct. I might not sell 1 million copies, but all the money was coming to me, and I can't even get enough money to pay my rent or to pay my car payment because I got to go through these hoops back and forth, and with Jerry and trying to figure out what was up with our money.
With Arabian Prince leaving the group, it would cause a domino effect, with Ice Cube seeing what's going on and started asking questions himself, opening up his eyes to realizing there are only two people who are really enjoying the financial benefits of NWA success, which was Jerry Heller and Eazy-E, with them both buying luxury cars and big mansions. With Cube still living at home with his parents and barely able to afford a sandwich, with everything Ice Cube had went through up to that point, he would officially leave NWA towards the end of 1989. And he would leave pretty easily due to the fact he was the only one not on official paperwork with Ruthless Records, leaving NWA with 4 members, with Dr. Dre, DJ Yella, MC Ren, and Eazy-E. But through all the chaos and drama, Eazy-E would run Ruthless Records to be one of the most successful hip-hop labels of its time, with signing artists such as the DOC, JJ Fad, and Michelle A, who will all release successful albums on their time with the label. On May 28th, 1991, NWA will release their second album, titled Niggas for Life, which will be their last album together, with the album peaking #1 on the Billboard 200, becoming the first rap album by a rap group that topped the charts. But the album would receive pretty bad reviews from critics, with the group clearly missing the writing and song structuring of Ice Cube, with the album being mediocre at best. But Ice Cube wouldn't like the album for other reasons, with him hearing a whole lot of subliminals about him throughout the album, which would set up Ice Cube to release one of the greatest diss tracks of all time, titled No Vaseline, releasing on October 29th, 1991, 2 days before his sophomore album would release, and this song would cause a big uproar in gangster rap, with Cube not holding any punches as he would throw shots at everyone in the remaining cast of NWA and Jerry Heller. With the song being so scathing, the group as a whole wouldn't respond back and let Ice Cube have the W, according to DJ Yella. But bigger problems would arise when Dr. Dre would want out of Ruthless Records. This is when Suge Knight would come into the picture, who was already managing the DOC. Things would first start unfolding when the DOC would get in a near-fatal car crash, causing him to lose his voice, in turn needing Suge to reconstruct his contract for him to benefit the most off his writing skills since he can no longer rap. Suge would look over the contracts and realize that the DOC was getting swindled out of millions of dollars, and the DOC would tell Dr. Dre. And this is where Dre would find out he was getting swindled himself, with a loophole in the contract to where basically Dre will always be in the hole no matter how many records he sold.
Take me back to Dre and DOC. This is NWA. They're signed to Ruthless Records. This is just before Death Row. I think at this point you're managing. You're Dre's personal manager. The story is that you got Dre and DOC out of their Ruthless Records deal, and what I read, they were handed over, no money exchanged. How did you pull that one?
Doc, the DOC was a friend of mine.
Right.
And the guy had a tragic. It was an accident. He was going home from one of his videos. He fell asleep. He was in a Honda Prelude. He got blew out the brake in the windshield of the car from the back.
Right.
Everything else came back except his voice. So the guy ended up talking like Donald Duck, which is very sad. The guy went from having the best voice in the rap game to having basically no voice.
Right.
I tried to cheer him up. So I said, well, look, one thing you can count on that you write songs.
Right.
You don't wrote X amount of songs for Eazy. You don't wrote X amount of songs for NWA. That's worth a lot of money to you.
Right. And so you get Dre, you got Doc.
So I go into Doc's contract, and he sold his songs for $100 watch, $150 chain. So when I seen, I never seen anything like it in the world.
Right.
So when I went to go get Doc's situation squared away, that's when Dre came.
Right.
Dre said, well, look, I'm not really from Compton. Everybody usually against me. He said, I'm over here Ruthless, and I got this deal that for a bonus, if I do 2 records, I'll probably get a swimming pool in my backyard.
Right.
I said, that's got to be crazy. What your contract says? He said, I never seen a contract.
Right.
I signed something, I never seen it. I said, we got to get your contracts. After I got his contract, I read and I seen that the guy was only getting 1 point, 2 points, and it was cross-collateralizing everything.
Right.
Even though he was a producer, along with Yellow, if JJ Fad go in the hole,
right,
he got to pay for it.
Right.
So it's no way, if he produced and worked for 20 years, he wouldn't have never seen any money. He was always been recouped.
After Dr. Dre found out all the details, he would approach Eazy and give him an ultimatum: either pick him or Jerry Heller. Eazy-E will ultimately side with Jerry Heller and let Dre know he wasn't going to let him out of his contract neither. This is where things will escalate to violence because Dre would go on to set up Eazy-E to allegedly get cornered by Suge Knight and his people, forcing Eazy-E to sign release forms for Dr. Dre.
He told us the story. He said that Dre called him, to meet with him to sign over, sign him, get him out the contracts or release him or whatever. But when he get there, Suge was there. So they was in a hotel room. Suge had dudes hiding in the closet under the bed. And when he get up there, Suge locked the door. All these cats come from under the bed and out the closet in the bathroom with guns. You know what I'm saying?
And Dre was in there?
Dre wasn't there.
Oh, Dre wasn't there at all.
Nah. Dre set it up though.
Okay, so
because
Dre,
he didn't hate Dre. You know what I'm saying? As people try to portray, he didn't. They was friends once.
Yeah, they were really close friends
Yeah.
at one point. So you're telling me that Dre called Eazy for a meeting
for Suge though.
But when Eazy showed up, Dre wasn't there.
Dre
but
wasn't
Suge
there.
was there.
Suge was there. Yeah.
Which, when you look at their relationship, it doesn't. This is not a stretch.
Yeah, of course.
When you look at how Death Row operated.
After forcing Eazy-E and Ruthless Records to sign the release forms, Eazy-E would sue Death Row for being forced to sign under distress, with ultimately Interscope getting Eazy-E to drop the lawsuit and they would negotiate a deal to let Dre leave. Only if Eazy and Ruthless Records get 20% of everything Dr. Dre made for the next 6 years while on Interscope Records. Every party would agree with these terms and Dr. Dre would officially leave Ruthless Records. And with all this controversy that happened for Dre to leave Ruthless Records, this will end up cultivating into a musical beef between Eazy-E and Dr. Dre, with Dre taking direct shots at Eazy in 1992 on his debut album titled The Chronic, on songs like B Ain't Nothing and the well-known diss track Dre Day, with Dre on the songs depicting Eazy as a sleazy businessman and Jerry Heller's puppet. And once Eazy saw the music video of Dre Day, Eazy had enough of the disrespect. On August 26, 1993, Eazy-E will release Real G's, featuring Drakester and BG Knockout. And the song would attack Dre's street credibility, with Eazy in the song claiming Dre was never a real gangster and used to wear dresses and used to be a dancer when he was in a world-class wrecking crew. And Eazy will also expose to the public that every time you heard the song Dre Day, it was only Eazy's payday. The song will also be a success, with the song peaking number 42 on the Billboard Hot 100. The two would drop a couple more diss tracks dissing each other and taking slick shots in interviews, with Eazy-E releasing an EP dissing Dre titled Is On Dr. Dre 187 Killer. The EP would become a success, with the EP selling 110,000 copies in its first week, and it peaked number 5 on the Billboard 200. But ultimately, the beef would die out, and everybody would slowly start minding their own business and stop taking shots at each other on wax. In late 1994, Eazy-E will introduce the world to the group Bone Thugs and Harmony, with them releasing their first EP titled Creepin' on a Come Up, with the EP being a moderate success, peaking number 12 on the Billboard 200. But unfortunately, this would be the final major event in Eazy-E's life, because on February 24th, 1995, Eazy-E would be admitted to the Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles with complaints of a violent cough. When he would get there, he would find out he was diagnosed with HIV/AIDS. He would announce this publicly on March 16, 1995. It's still up in the air how he contracted the infection, even up to this day. With some alleging it was from another woman while being intimate, up to Suge Knight having something injected inside of him. 10 days later after the announcement, he would pass away from it. He was only 30 years old. He would die with an estimated net worth of $50 million.
Okay,
On
Mr.
April
Bass.
7th, 1995, at Rose Hill Memorial Park in California, over 3,000 people would attend the funeral. Only DJ Yeller from the original NWA crew would show up to his funeral, which was very telling. Eazy-E would leave a lasting impact not on just hip-hop, but the whole music industry forever. With everything he ever touched becoming successful, from his days on the streets of Compton to becoming one of the founding fathers of gangster rap. Rest in peace, Eazy-E. Until next time, luxury intent.
All right. So, Mr. Bass, see that there, I have a problem with that, right? So, we're trying to figure out, and we're gonna get to the bottom of it tonight, family, because me and Mr. Bass was discussing, because going through the content as we went through the content, it's obvious that Eazy has snakes in his circle. Everything we say, and truth be told, is allegedly. It's for entertainment and educational purpose only. So we know that Eazy has snakes in his circle. he was trying to do business. A lot of his business endeavors were taken from him and created by someone else at Eazy's demise. Also, we're trying to figure out did Suge do the hit or did Dre do the hit? I mean, everything we saying over here is allegedly, but it's just due to the snake vibes from me, the snakes that were in his corner, because I too had ran across some things where not only was Easy to profit off of Dre, um, but also the way Suge had his contract set up with Dre, it was the same way. So did Suge do what he did to did Suge X out Easy to get Dre and do Dre the same way? Or what you thinking, Mr. Bates? Hey, about time.
Hello.
Hey.
How
Peace,
y'all
love,
doing?
and blessings about time. What's going on, love?
Nothing much. How y'all?
All right, we're blessed. So we're gonna continue with the content, but we're trying to like see what's going on here because Dre
Yeah,
had
y'all.
You got an echo.
I have an echo.
yeah, you got an echo about time.
Oh, I don't know why.
So close out if you have any apps open. Close out on any other apps, or either go out and you can come back in. I'm gonna let you back up, but keep your camera off.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, talk. Yeah, it's
Hello,
still
hello,
a
hello.
it's still a feedback about time.
Okay.
Okay, so keep your camera off and close all of your apps. If you got any other apps on, close all of those apps. If not, then leave out and come back in. I'm gonna let you back up.
Let me see. Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yeah,
Is that
there's
better?
still an echo though.
Oh, I don't know where that's coming from.
I know this your first time. We look, you gonna get it together about time. You gonna get it together.
What about now?
Okay, say something. Yeah,
What about
still an
now?
echo.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go out and come back in.
Okay, go out and then come back in. Make sure all of your apps are closed about time.
Okay.
Okay, boo. Okay, so Mr. Bass, we do apologize, you all. That's our special guest. She got to get her mic together because there is some echoing. So when she get her mic together, she's gonna come back in. So Mr. Bass, what
Yeah.
you think that's going on here? Do you think allegedly, like we know the backstabbing, the everything that took place, but do you think that it came from Suge Knight or did it come from Drake? And we're gonna break this thing down, you all, because allegedly, from what we know, due to Eazy and the negative results and all of that, from the Beyonce at the time, baby mama, etc., etc. We know that he was a victim of MK Naomi, y'all. And with all due respects to the family, peace, love, and blessings. Shout out to Eazy. And shout out to the family. But however, shout out to Sir Miguel, peace, love, and blessings. Welcome, love. But we know that he is a victim of MK Naomi. And so for the ones that do not know what MK Naomi is, MK Naomi is the same thing. Follow me, family. You already know that what we watched over here, what we exposed, and what we discussed over here, you already know. So I will be doing some cold talking, but y'all gotta follow me. So y'all know the same thing that was done to Bob Marley, where he allegedly caught cancer. All of these things here. Okay, aka vice versa. The same thing happened with Eazy. Okay, and MK Naomi is, it was given to him. So we gonna just say it like that. Y'all already know what time it is. But okay, so we got my boy J Rock in the back, and also we got About Time she back. Let me see. Okay. Shout out J Rock. Happy newbie. Peace, love, and blessings, love.
Happy New Year, J Rock. What's up, brother?
First off, Happy New Year. Truth be told, Mr. Bass, if I hadn't had a chance to check y'all out, I know this is probably the first time I
You
got to check.
good. You good. Listen, we know it's all love that go on it. Listen, it's a special type of group that everybody, we deal with everybody, you know what I'm saying? They're true. So even if you don't come, we gonna see you. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. But it's just a blessing to see that you here again another year. Peace, love, and blessings, baby. What's up? What's up, Big Bad?
Yeah, we just I just wanted to come through. When I saw the topic, I was like, oh yeah, I know you guys are gonna have a lot to say about this.
Oh yeah, it's about to go down on him, baby. You already know what time it is. Yeah, so we about to expose this MK Naomi that was done on Eazy, just like Bob Marley, just like the rest of you know. So let me see if my girl about time. Let me see if her mic is bad work. About time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, so good. So happy New Year to my family on the panel and good people in the chat. Peace, love, and blessings, Sir Miguel. Okay, so about time. You
Yes,
was
ma'am.
on here, but you was having like mic issues. So what you think you can bring to the table in pertaining to Eazy? We got some more content that we're gonna bring forth, but let us know what you think. Like I had asked the question, right? Do you think that it came from Suge's side or did it come from Dre's side?
Yeah, I got it.
Either do you think they colluded together and once the job was done, somebody cut somebody out? Tell me what you think.
They were together. If you look at it, back then, Dre and Suge was rolling together.
Mm-hmm.
Dre turned on Easy for sure.
Yep.
See, y'all notice like he put out a diss song with Easy, but when he left Death Row, he won't even mention Night. He won't even say his name out there. Y'all ain't heard him say nothing about Suge Knight. Suge Knight took everything from him. He left Death Row with nothing. But see, folks talk about Dre of today. We not talking about Dre the billionaire today. We talking about broke Dre back then, which he wasn't broke.
And then see, about time, the way that Suge Knight had the contract set up, even with him being in prison, I'm about to drop a bombshell because I don't even think the people know. Do you not know that what you say about time?
He had him under a lifetime contract.
There you go. He had him on a lifetime contract. That guess what? No matter what, guess what? Hey, Suge was gonna get that money. He was gonna die, and Dre still was gonna owe him. So him and Jimmy IV, they didn't click and they got together, and somehow the way they done did the contract, they done did away with Suge all in one. That he's not even profiting off of Dre on no type of level. It's like he's out of their contract now. So how is that even able to happen?
He's profiting off nothing off of Death Row. Snoop on Death Row now. So,
do he still but listen though about time as we speak right now, because something not long took place where Iveen and they sent the paperwork to the prison for Suge or whatever. So are you sure that Suge still on that row?
No, I just said Snoop just bought Death Row along with the original dude. What is his name? The dude that was in prison that was funding the money.
Mm-hmm.
Can't think of his name. Harry.
So listen, that's why I had to drop it to you to ask you, was you sure now? So you are aware, or you are aware of that?
About the Death Row being sold to Snoop?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So how is it that Suge still get paid out for Drake? Drake sent the paperwork to the prison, huh?
They probably paid him to go away. They probably go $1 for away, but back to like where they talking about they was getting robbed. They was not getting robbed because Dre was homeless. He was working with Lonzo, barely getting $50 a week. He was homeless.
Yep. And staying over in the basement, in the garage, and everything. You had nowhere to go. True that. Keep on going. I'm listening.
He was able to get his own place. But you getting robbed. Then you go over here with Suge and you getting stuck worse than you ever was over here.
Facts.
But you didn't hear about that though.
Okay, so hold on. We ain't gonna give him too much right now about time. So J Rock, what you got to say on that?
Well, here's what I remember because this is an era that I'm pretty familiar with. I remember because I remember when that World Class Wrecking Crew album dropped, and I think that was like around 1986, if I'm not mistaken. And that was the first time I heard Michelle A, Dr. Dre, and it took me a while to realize that the transition from World Class Wrecking Crew to NWA, and until I started putting the pieces together, because I remember World Class Wrecking Crew was Dre, Yella, and like you said, Lonzo, Shakespeare, everybody in that group. And then when I heard Dre, Yella, and be like, oh, they were formerly World Class Wrecking Crew, okay. And then I remember, Boys in the Hood came out, and when Eazy's album came out, that whole influx in 80, because I remember I was either late in junior high or just becoming a freshman in high school when Straight Outta Compton dropped, and it was just and it was like a big thing. Everybody was, you see, everybody had the Raider gear. Everybody was doing what Raider has, Raider jackets and everything. It was a real big thing back then. In the late 80s, the tour came out, and seeing Straight Outta Compton was just ironic to me because of the fact that I'm actually looking at an era that I was actually in the middle of. So I remember the split when Cube left, and the fallout from that, and everybody talk about Cube was crazy. You got the best group that's in hip hop right now, and then when the Niggas for Life album dropped in '91, and that happened just before Boys in the Hood hit the theater. And when Boys in the Hood came out, everybody remember the scene in Boys in the Hood when Dookie and Cube was talking, and a guy had a "We Want Easy" T-shirt walking past him, and they snatched that dude chain. Now, obviously, that was like a little subtle message. But that dude wearing a "We Want Easy" shirt, and then they just and beat him down at that point. So, and then shortly after that, Death Certificate comes out, and as we all know, one of the greatest diss tracks of all time with No Vaseline. I mean, Cube broke down 5 years in 5 minutes. And I mean, it was just, I mean, even if NWA tried to come back, what can you say? I mean, it was so thorough. I mean, he went through every nook and cranny. There's nothing you can really say to combat that. And like you said, Dre left shortly after that because the contract, like you said, contracts and the snakes that were all around. I mean, Jerry Heller really was to me was the main reason why the whole group split the way it did, why the fallout was. Because if Jerry Heller wasn't in the middle of it all,
yeah, he was in between all keeping the confusion and the drama going. True that.
Right, absolutely. He kept stirring the pot. Stirring the pot with drama between all the crew members.
But Jerry, can I say something? Jerry was Dre knew Jerry before Eazy did. Jerry was the world class wrecking crew now.
Right.
Okay, so I thought Eazy knew Jerry before Dre, but it was backwards. Yeah. Okay, keep going, y'all.
Yeah. Dre already knew Jerry.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was the world class wrecking crew man. See, they didn't put all that in that skit of a movie. They didn't tell all that. They made it seem like Eazy met Jerry and switched up on him. That's not what happened. Dre already knew Jerry. I believe Dre got jealous because Jerry took the Eazy because Eazy had the money.
Eazy had the money. And he had not only the money, the brain too.
Right. I knew what the movie they had to cut some corners because I remember reading some of the old Right On magazines and everything back in the day because obviously they had like a little bit more in-depth detail. So they kind of cut some corners in regards when it comes to the movie. But I remember seeing some of those old magazines, reading those old articles, going through the credits on some of the albums. So it was a lot. I mean, because it was always confusing to me how you become. How can you have one of the most popular groups of hip hop in that moment from 1988 to like 92 and less than 3 years just totally dissolved? not totally dissolved, but they still they went their separate ways, but it was never really the same after that, even though they talked about a possible reunion, but we never know how it would be because, Eazy passed away, which really threw a whole monkey wrench in that anyway.
Oh, wow.
Oh, we
Oh
lost.
wow. So about time she gonna come back in, y'all. Her connection was bad, but she gonna come back in.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm sorry. What you were saying now, J Rock? What you said, Mr. Bass?
I had a question, but I would like for About Time to be back up here.
Okay. Yeah, her connection, she probably come back in. But listen, Mr. Bass, until she comes back in, you and J Rock can chop it up real quick, or either go ahead on and continue with the content. And when she come back in, let her up. And in between, if you're playing the content, you can go ahead on and pause the content to ask the question. So give me 1 minute. I'm about to make a quick round, and I'll be back. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, J Rock, for coming to the panel.
Oh, no problem.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and run this next video because we got a bunch of them tonight, J Rock, and then we'll get back with it.
Oh, go right ahead. Shout out to the boys, Big Vi and Sir Miguel.
Woke up quick at about noon, just thought that I had to be in Compton soon.
Before Eazy-E would be considered the godfather of gangster rap, before Eazy-E would rub shoulders with Guns N' Roses, Kid and Play, Janet Jackson, and even George H.W. Bush at the White House.
What you began, I really want to build on.
Before Eazy-E's come-up story would be portrayed by actor Jason Mitchell in the film Straight Outta Compton.
So what you talking about doing?
Cruising down the street in my 6'4".
Hey, that was dope, eh?
Before Eazy-E would father 7 children with 6 different women. Before Eazy-E would front the startup cash to start the most notorious rap group in history, NWA. The son of a postal worker and a school administrator, young Eazy Wright had a pretty solid home life considering he was from Compton. But he saw more opportunity on the street as a drug dealer and decided to drop out of school in the 10th grade. Then his cousin was killed while dealing, and Eric decided, well, he needed to get into a business venture that wouldn't be risking his life. On top of that, he had always had an interest in making music. He hooked up with Dr. Dre and Ice Cube, and he dropped as much as $250,000 to get NWA off the ground. Now, that was an investment that certainly paid off, but it was his same business savvy that would lead to the demise of the group. And then he would be at war in the media with both Dr. Dre and Ice Cube. In this beef, it had to be put on hold when Eazy-E was diagnosed as HIV positive. He died from AIDS-related complications on March 26, 1995. How, in fact, he contracted the disease is still open for debate, although a whole lot of people are pointing the finger in Suge Knight's direction.
They get blood from somebody with AIDS, and then they shoot you with it.
Oh,
so
well, that seems
don't happen.
bad.
That's a slow death.
Yeah.
Easy thing, you know what I mean?
Hey,
But
y'all
it's
just
Mike
heard that.
documenting the life and career of Eazy-E before.
Run that little part back right there, Mr. Bass. I need y'all to listen to what Suge's saying now. Run that little bit back right there. But I ain't even ran to do my round real quick. But go ahead on.
Although a whole lot of people are pointing the finger in Suge Knight's direction.
They get blood from somebody with AIDS, and then they shoot you with it.
Oh,
so
well, that
death
seems
don't happen.
bad.
That's a slow death. Easy thing, you know what I mean?
My name's Michael McCrudden, documenting the life and career of Eazy-E before he passed away. Here for you guys on Before They're Dead. Now, in this series, I've also done Tupac and I've done Biggie as well as others. Be sure to let me know in the comments down below who you want to hear about next. And Eazy-E, this one was requested a whole bunch, so I hope you enjoy it.
It's a brother that'll smother your mother and make your sister think I love her. Dangerous motherfucker raising hell. And if I ever get caught, I make bail.
Eric Wright was born on September 7th, 1963 in Compton, California. His father, Richard Wright, worked as a postal worker, and his mother, Kathy Wright, she worked as a grade school administrator. Eazy lost his virginity as young as 12. By the age of 13, he was hanging out on the streets, and that's when he picked up the name Eazy-E. He got involved with the Kelly Park Compton Crips, and then he was selling drugs just like his cousin, mainly selling weed. Now, although Eazy-E grew up in a stable household, his parents were allowing him to sell weed. And he was doing a good job making enough money. He didn't really need to go to school. He'd also pass his time in his parents' garage where he would record music. By the 10th grade, he had dropped out of William Howard Taft Charter High so he could focus mainly on his dealing and his music. Eazy-E would go on to father his first child by the age of 20. Now, being short in stature, he had to compensate on the streets, so he used his business savvy to get ahead. By the age of 22, well, he had banked an estimated $250,000. Then all of a sudden, Eazy-E's cousin, the one who had taught him how to get into drug dealing, well, he got shot. And Eazy-E came to the conclusion that he had to diversify his business portfolio. Now, he had always had the idea that rap would be his next option, but it wasn't until he bailed out a hardworking local DJ by the name of Dr. Dre would he have the opportunity to start making moves in the industry. Now, Dr. Dre and Ice Cube, they had a beat and a track written for another group who eventually turned it down. All of a sudden, Eric Wright, he was going to perform on the mic as Eazy-E, and all of a sudden they had their track, Boys in the Hood.
My father jumped up and he started to shout, so I threw it right across and knocked his old ass out.
The early success of this single had Eazy-E set up Ruthless Records as well as start up a partnership with Jerry Heller, the former manager of Journey, Otis Redding, The Who, Black Sabbath, and many others. Other rap artists soon joined NWA, including DJ Yella and the DOC, and their group released their debut album, NWA and the Posse, in 1987. Now, to fund this whole operation, Eazy-E had invested $250,000, but off that one album alone, he would see a return of $1 million. The next year, the group dropped Straight Outta Compton. The disc went on to earn double platinum sales. On this track, there was the album F the Police, and this one resulted in an FBI letter being sent to Ruthless Records. The group was at their peak of success, but it seemed that Eazy-E was the only one getting the recognition and the money. It was Eazy-E and Eazy-E alone who was invited to the White House in 1991 to meet with the then President George W. Bush.
Eric Wright is his real name, waiting in line today to hear Law and Order man George Bush at a private, members-only reception.
As the story goes, Ice Cube, he would depart from the group, followed by Dr. Dre. For Dr. Dre to get out of his contract, he enlisted the help of his bodyguard, Suge Knight, who convinced Eazy-E of the release with the help of some baseball bats and lead pipes. Eazy-E was now a solo act and released It's On Dr. Dre 187 Killa, followed by Straight Off the Streets of Motherfucking Compton. The three original NWA members, well, they were exchanging blows with one another on their tracks on national television as well as in their various public appearances.
They go in the studio and all of a sudden become hard when they used to do dance music.
How many niggas out there like Eazy-E? Fuck Eazy motherfucking E.
Eazy-E would continue to work on his solo material. He was also hosting a radio show and appeared on In Living Color in 1994, but then his health suddenly began to deteriorate. In 1995, after Eazy-E was hospitalized for what was thought to be asthma, it was learned that the rapper had contracted AIDS. At a Hollywood news conference on March 17, 1995, he let the world know that he was in fact HIV positive. Rapper Frost, who was signed to Ruthless Records, he has recently gone public on his thoughts on how Eazy-E contracted the disease.
He got hurt in Honda Valley on quad runners. They gave him tainted needles with acupuncture. I was told even in the last conversation from Eazy not to even talk to that man. I don't want to say that name because it's the devil's name.
While on his deathbed, Eazy-E married his longtime girlfriend, Tamika Woods. She was pregnant at the time with his second child. Nor Tamika or the child, neither of them contracted the disease. Eazy-E died on March 26, 1995, 1 month after the initial diagnosis. At his funeral, more than 3,000 people were there in attendance, but it was only DJ Yella from NWA who paid his respects. Eazy-E was buried in a gold casket. Instead of wearing a suit, he was in jeans, a flannel shirt, and a Compton hat. And the rest of the story? Well, the rest of the story, it lives on in his music and his work, and I guess a little bit of Ruthless Records. But not really, more so the music. Feel free to leave your condolences in the comments down below. My name is Michael McCrudden. Thanks for checking out my personal channel. I do all sorts of celebrity bios on here. You guys asked for Eazy-E, so there you go. Be sure to let me know who you want to see on Before They Were Famous, After They Were Famous, as well as Before They Were Dead. I've done a lot of the guys we talked about in this video, including Dr. Dre. I've done Snoop Dogg, Suge Knight. That one's on the way. Be sure to let me know, though, who you want to hear about next.
Wow. Yeah, I had a question that I wanted to put out to About Time and J-Rock. Do y'all think Jerry and Jimmy ran a play on both sides of them to get this broke up?
I'll say no, because Jerry may have been stealing, but I mean, Jerry really cared for Eazy because his kids went to Jerry's room. They were still close to Jerry when Jerry died. So, and his son talked to Jerry. So, I don't think Jerry had nothing to do with it. Jerry may have been stealing, but I don't think Jerry had nothing to do with his death.
I don't know. I don't know if Jerry and Jimmy actually tag team on that because I doubt it because Jerry, I think because Jerry was so focused on Ruthless Records. Remember, Jimmy Iovine had Interscope, and Interscope was about to go bankrupt. And at that point, Interscope was hanging by a thread until Dr. Drake came along with the Chronic, and courtesy of Suge Knight being his representation. So so that means somehow Jerry would have cashed in too in a major way. So I know it said that because everybody remember the one line on Real Motherfucking G's when Eazy said they tried to fade you on Dre Day, but Dre Day only made Eazy's payday. So
right. And also, before Death Row even got off the ground, Eazy was gonna bankrupt him because he was suing them. He was gonna bankrupt them before they got started. So that's why they made the deal to go on and cut him in, get him out the, so they could go on and settle and get him out the way and start producing music.
Yeah, because he still had him tied up in that contract.
And the contract, yeah. But y'all notice when ever since Michelle left Rufus, she ain't had a good career since. Dre wasn't interested in her career.
No, she hasn't. She has not.
She should have stayed with Eazy. And I believe that's what all this mess came about. Dre was beating that girl. And Eazy started saying something to him, and that's when they fell out over him beating that girl. It wasn't about no money. And Ice Cube left too because he had just got with Kim. And Kim thinking, well, hell, if I get with him, he ain't gonna have no money to take care of me. He got to split his money with 6 other people. So she talked him into leaving too. Y'all got to think. He met her, and then that's when he decided to leave. She talked him into leaving. She wet the pants in that marriage. Even Mac 10 said that. That's why he won't do nothing else with Mac 10. Because Kim's brother got smart with Mac 10, and Mac 10 beat him up.
So how did Kim meet Q?
Now that part I don't know. But he met her some kind of way, and then that's when he ended up leaving. It wasn't about no money. No money's not being paid because, for one, he said he couldn't even sign the contract, if you remember, because he was already in the group, right?
Right.
So how can you say you being robbed when you're not even officially in the group? They were just doing this for fun until the money started coming in.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, they was doing
that man he was not playing that. Why would he play you when he bailed you out and told you just give me some beats for $900? So why would he play you? They've been lying for years, so they got to keep going with this story. It's just that man was not stealing from them. It's not how they were saying. They got jealous and saw the money coming in. Of course, he gonna get more than them. He the owner. He put up money. He paying the bills. So of course, y'all not gonna get what y'all think y'all supposed to get. Y'all working for him.
Yeah, facts. And
who gets what they boss get? Nobody.
Yeah, he trying to get his investment back.
So all these years they lied. They really left Ruthless over women. Dre left over Michelle and Ice Cube left over that girl Kim talking in his ear. So and then too, Ice Cube turn around years later and say, he taught him how to be a businessman. How can you learn a business from a man you say was stealing from? It just don't make sense.
Yeah, and then if you take a look at the projects that was involved with Michelle A, obviously you're absolutely right about Tom. I mean, she has not had any kind of really solid career break ever since leaving Ruthless, and then they tried that failed Surviving Compton documentary that Jerry Heller was behind, and I think that I don't know if that's a little.
If you watch that J-Rock, it left out some stuff that straight out of Compton didn't show. It shows you that Dre didn't know he had a mailbox. All his checks was in the mailbox. That he claimed he was getting stolen from. He didn't know he had a mailbox. All his checks was in the mailbox. Two, it shows the phone call where he set Eazy up to meet him at the studio. And another one at the pool party, Eazy put a gun on Studio. Now, if all that wasn't true, why didn't nobody come out and say anything? Nobody ever came up to dispute that Dre didn't beat her like that. Nobody said nothing. He was telling the truth. And she was a major part. Why wouldn't they put her in straight out of Compton?
Yeah, that's a good point.
And then for them to have how he got jumped in the studio, so the person that had to be there, they had to tell that part right. Somebody had to have information about that happening, which is right. Hugh wasn't there, Tamika wasn't there.
Mm-hmm. And then they brought that one scene that they talked about when Jerry Heller was going up to this house, and then this dude was what like across the street. They talk about Jerry. Are you Jerry? So it's a nice house, Jerry.
Yeah, they somebody had broken Jerry's house. There's a lot of stuff that they didn't show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it because you're not going to be able to tell a whole story over the years in just a little over 2 to 2.5 hours. So there's no way possible. So there's going to be a whole lot of corners that are going to be cut.
Yeah, but they just tarnished that man's reputation for all these years. How he stole and played and did all that, and that was not just the furthest thing from the truth.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead on with the next video.
Oh, one more thing about with the group. Y'all know he discovered well they was the act band playing at the time, the Black Eyed Peas. The Black Eyed Peas was signed to Ruthless Records too, but they was under a different group name at the time with the act band playing.
Oh,
wow! I didn't know that.
No, I didn't either.
Yeah. If you listen to Will I Am, he say Eazy take him out to eat every year on his birthday. And in '95, he couldn't do it because he went on life support on Will I Am's birthday in '95. So that's why he didn't go out to dinner with him that year. But he used to take him out to dinner on his birthday all the time. But yeah, Will I Am was signed to Ruthless Records.
Yeah, and I remember a female rapper back in the day. She was like in the mid to late '90s. Her name was Silky Fine, and she always gave a lot of props to Eazy E.
He gonna Ruthless. He was signed to Ruthless when Eazy died, and he had the first white rapper, the lady. I can't think of her name right now. And if you pay attention, what's made Pattern basically his whole career after him. He went and got a white rapper. Yeah, I don't know what else we're gonna show. I don't want to go and say too much. But yeah, I pay attention. And why it take him 20 years to even make a video to go to that man's grave? It's just so much.
Legends. Obviously, Eazy-E, one of the biggest legends the game has ever seen. Without him, many things would not be possible. What was your relationship like with Eazy? Can you tell us about how he was as a person and as a friend to you?
You know, it's so funny because you can get caught up in this business and saying that people are your friends, not realizing that you may have one or two. And just because you're hanging out with, 15 or 20, Eazy was somebody that I really would call a friend. Some of the things that we shared, and I could name you probably 500 people that would honestly say that Eazy was a friend, because Eazy had this thing You know, he was just subtle. He had this little character thing. I remember when I was going through a divorce, and Eazy comes over and he starts laughing at me, and I'm like, you know, I'm sitting there crying, you know, and Eazy, I don't know, can we curse on this show?
Yeah, you can say motherfuck, shit, whatever the 7 words George Carlin said, you can say them all.
So Eazy comes in laughing at me, and he's like, man, what the fuck you doing crying over a bitch? Man, get the fuck out. There's so many bitches out here. What are you doing crying over a bitch, man? I'm like, you know, but I love her Eazy, and Eazy like, man, hold on. And he got like some girl on. I'm over here with Greg Mack. He's over here crying. His wife left him. Let's go cheer him up. And so he, you know, me and him and a couple of girls, we went out and partied. And Eazy gave me, I think it was like $10,000 or something.
Wow.
And I wasn't working in a programming position. I want to make that clear. It wasn't Theola. He just said, man, I want you to take this and just go get you something, man. Get your mind off that shit. If I see you crying again, I don't even want to be your friend no more. He just thought that was terrible, that any man would cry over a woman with all these women out there. And that was just the kind of guy he was with everybody. He was
there to
not what
cheer
you
you
thought.
up.
He would always do things helping kids in the community, getting buses, taking them to Magic Mountain, buying them clothes, paying bills, but he would never talk about it. You know, he was always doing stuff like that. But at the same time, I've also seen him, you know, where a man was beating his wife, and I said, Eazy, let's go, you know, help these people. And Eazy starts laughing again, and he's like, you know, beat her ass, let them fight. And I'm sitting here like, whoa. And so Eazy was also on the edge, you know. He just had many different sides to him, but knowing him like I know him, I know that the one thing that fascinated him the most in life was when he got to go to the President Bush dinner. That really fascinated him. It intrigued him a lot.
And speaking of your relationship with Eazy, you worked with him on the Ruthless radio show, correct?
Well, what had happened with that was, and I want to correct the record on that because there's so many things being said, documentaries, and blah blah blah. Eazy and I he was going to be the first rapper to ever buy a radio station, so we were working on that. We had set up a company. All he was doing, he was waiting until he put out Bone Thugs and Harmony. And he says, Greg, once we put that out, I want to have everything ready and let's go get the station. We were getting ready to buy a radio station in Phoenix, Arizona. And so I said, well, Eazy, you know what? While we're putting all this together, I said, let's go do a radio show, man. Let's just do a radio show. And he's like, well, what do you mean? I said, I don't know. Let's just figure it out and let's go do something. And so anyway, I went and talked with a friend of mine who was working at the Beat at that time. And I said, hey, dude, set us up a meeting with with the PD over there. And let's go see if we can get a show going. So we went over and talked to him. And I told him I said, we just want to do a show. We want to highlight some music that Ruthless is coming out. Me and Eazy will host it. And we're going to get a couple of DJs to mix. And so they were like, oh, okay, well, why don't y'all keep putting it together and then get back to us? And so we went and got some DJs. I went and asked my DJs that used to work for me, Tony G and Julio G. And so they just simply said, man, after K-Day, we just kind of tired of radio. We just want to focus on our music thing. And I said, come on, man, we just want to focus on our music. And I said, oh, look, here's what we'll do. I said, Eazy, sign them up to start producing some stuff. And so therefore you are able to still do your music, which he did. And then you guys come and mix for us. And so that's how it happened. So we all started doing the show and we decided we were going to call it the Ruthless Radio Show. After the first show, the program director of the station came to me and he said, Greg, we love the show. We want to continue doing the show, but we don't want you on the show. And I said, you don't want me on the show. And they says, well, you don't sound street enough. You know, you sound a bit too white. You know, we want that street sound. And I mean, and so I said, you mean like saying yo, 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 like that? I said, yeah, I guess it is hard for me to do. And so Eazy told them point blank, he said, look, if Greg's not on the show, we're just not going to do the show. And so I pulled Eazy aside and I said, look here, man, you know, go ahead and do the show. It's not that serious. I'm not dying to be back on the radio. So just go do the show. And so anyway, the show continued. And that's how the show got started.
Running, Mr. Bates, you good?
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead about time.
I was going to say, like, now, see how he give people money? Why would he steal from people? He help people. That's just
Exactly.
that's the
You see how real he was about taking. When they ain't want to, he like, nah.
So why would he steal?
Exactly. That's just some shit that they were saying because they cut him out. They cut through. Hey, that was my jam, y'all. Hey.
He was once a thug from around the way. Easy.
As a toddler, you really have to know him and to love him. He was really a nice child. He was very sweet, and he was always active. And he just was a jolly child. He was really happy. Well, you know, one thing I never really thought that it would go this far, but he always, wanted to do something great.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
We interrupt this concert to bring you a special bulletin. Eazy is now a fugitive wanted by the local authorities. We have to build this around. There is no escape. I repeat, there is no escape.
Me and Eazy grew up in the same neighborhood and what have you. Because he was out doing his thing. He was on the street hustling and what have you. I was DJing, trying to make my money doing that.
Well, I met Eazy. When I first met him, I think I met him in front of my house. You know, he was with Dre. And, Dre used to tell me about all the stuff they did together. You know what I'm saying? The parties and stuff Eazy and Dre used to do, before the Wrecking Crew and stuff.
When I first met him, it's like we grew up together, you know what I'm saying? He stayed like right around the corner. And he was like my older brother age, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, he was a man, you know what I'm saying? The neighborhood hustling, you know what I'm saying? He was doing his thing. He was like the man, you know what I'm saying?
I actually never heard of him, never knew him, because he wasn't a rapper or anything. He was from a different side of Compton, and I was on this side of Compton. So, I never knew him. Dre knew him because they stayed in the same neighborhood.
So Eazy was always a cool little, he would always come around and just be in the background. We knew he had a little paper just by the way he dressed and just his aura, and he wanted to get in the game. I decided to go find a couple of artists to rap, over some of the tracks that I had. And I needed some money to go into the studio. And there was only two people that I knew with that kind of money that would be willing to invest into something that some idea that I had. One was Eazy, the other was Layla.
And NWA, we go back before music, before the first record was released as an NWA or Eazy thing, anything like that. Under Dre stayed down the street with his cousin and whatever. He used to be there. And through that relationship, I met Eazy.
I called Eazy and Layla over, sprung the idea to him like, yo, let's make a record, let's do a company, the whole, and put it together. So Eazy was with it because Eazy always did music and what have you. We used to make our little tapes in the back of his house and everything. I knew Cube and I liked the way Cube wrote, so I asked him to write a song. His group was like that. You from LA, we from New York. Ain't nowhere in the world is a LA dude supposed to write New York rappers' rhymes, and it was a big argument. And the song was called Boys in the Hood. So Dre told Eazy, won't you do it? So it's just me and Eazy sitting in the studio. So I'm like, yo, man, won't you just say these lyrics down over this track, right? And he's like, man, I can't rap, man, I can't do that. I'm like, just do it. Put your glasses on, cut the lights down, let's do it. Eazy was like, I ain't no rapper, so it took him about 3 days to convince him to do it. And it took about 3 days for him to actually do it too, because, Eazy wasn't tight as he was, of course. He was kind of loose, real loose. Straight amateur. And we worked with him the whole way through it. Boys in the Hood is what came out.
Cruising down the street in my 6'4", jocking the freaks, clocking the dough. Went to the park to get the scoop. Knuckleheads out there, cold shooting some hoops.
And what we did was went around and left one record at all the record shops and a card. It was a card to Eazy's pages. Actually, the card wasn't to Eazy's page. It was to my cousin's house that lived by Cube. So people would call her and order the records, right? It's like, yo, I need a box. So she would page them and say, yo, they need a box over there on Florence. You know what I'm saying? So we shoot over there on Florence, drop the box off, come up like that. The record somehow, just exploded. You know what I'm saying? One of the reasons why it exploded was because of Greg Mack. The K-Day was a radio station out here at the time called 1580 K-Day.
I thought it was good because I'd heard it before. Actually, they had already been selling it as cassette tapes. So it was all over town in the streets and cassette tapes. So I told him, I said, look, it's a decent song. Why don't you just clean up the lyrics? And then we'll give it a shot. And so Dre and Eazy went back. I think it was like a day or two later. We had a whole different version, but it was a clean version. Put it on the air, and it just blew up.
In the meantime, while we were selling the Boys in the Hood records, I was still DJing, making like $50 a week DJing. So when me and Cube used to hook up in the garage, and we would practice a routine, a show. What we would do is just take like the hit song that was out at the time and make it dirty.
That's what gave us our style, performing at clubs like Dudos and stuff like that. We would take songs and flip them around like Roxanne, we made it Diane. And that's what kind of like, snowballed into this gangster rap style, doing little stuff on the side and seeing the people's reaction to it.
From there, we got on a tour with Hammer and Salt and Pepper and Heavy D. Exploded from there. So we decided to form the group NWA.
Dre told me, he said, well, let's go out and do these shows with my buddy Eric. And I said, all right, no problem. So I met him and stuff. It was cool. And we started doing shows. And then everything else was history.
Yo, what you gotta do?
Got to get stupid. Got to get stupid. Got to get stupid.
Oh! What you gotta do, eh?
Got to get stupid.
Fresh. Yeah!
One,
Make some noise for Eazy, motherfucking E.
Compton's in the house.
When we put this tour together, everybody was scared to go, you know what I'm saying? They didn't want to hang with like us. I don't know why. What's up, Ren? Maybe it's because of where you from, man. Tell them what you are. I'm down when I'm stomping. Now tell them where you're from. Motherfucker coming straight out of Compton. Crazy motherfucker named Ice Cube. From the gang called with attitude.
We went out on tour. Records was just selling. You know what I'm saying? We'd be in one city, there'd be like the record is gold. Then another city, record is platinum. You know what I'm saying? Then another city, you got so many more to go. It's double platinum. You know what I'm saying?
With me. So when I'm in your neighborhood, you better drop. Cause Ice Cube is crazy. As I leave, believe I'm stomping, but when I come back, boy, I'm just straight out of Compton.
We really just thought we were blowing up when we went on tour, and the contracts came about.
I had been involved with a couple of the early rap records that had success. I was managing a group called the World Class Wrecking Crew through a guy named Alonzo Williams. So that's how I met Eazy. He played me a couple of tracks. Played me a track called Boys in the Hood, which I thought was probably the most important record that I had heard since the beginning of rock and roll.
The all-star group is all of us, me, Dre, Ren, Ice Cube, and mine is me, solo. That's my album. It's by myself, solo. We make our records based on stuff that's happening where we live, you know.
Everybody grew up in the street. Everybody know what's going on.
That's explaining how it is with us. You know, where we're coming from. Not Beverly Hills, nothing like that. That's explaining how it is in Compton.
Eazy and NWA dropped their first record. The music business, the streets had changed dramatically. Okay, the streets had went from being cool to being very hostile and very violent. And Eazy them created the soundtrack for the streets.
Everything you hear on our records is true.
Like we got a real controversial song coming out called "The Police."
It'll be out in January.
What is that talking about? Well,
Self-explanatory.
The police.
For no reason at all, because you black, you got a little bit of money.
We getting back at them.
Beepers,
All police ain't bad police.
it's like 90% of it. You know, and we're talking about that 90%.
sometimes I want to kick the shit out of them because they've been having me face down. Want to kick. Since you've been in the music business, have you before? Probably not.
This letter had come in from the FBI, and I was asked to deal with it, handle it, or whatever. And at the time, this was the first time we'd ever really seen, the federal government or a police organization or whatever go after a rap group that we know of and come out and actually take credit for it. The federal government is not supposed to intimidate, suppress, or in any manner stop the dissemination of constitutionally protected material. And if anything ever was in the history of rap music constitutionally protected, it had to have been the song The Police. I later asked Eric about it, and he just thought it was hysterical. He thought this stuff was like funny. I think he was amused that people thought it was so important what he did and what he thought. I think that amused him. He was terribly amused. He had dinner with the president. He just thought it was the most funny thing in the world that he got to have dinner with the president.
No, I wouldn't know I was having lunch with Bush. It was that I'm on these things called Athletes and Entertainers for Kids, Make-A-Wish Foundation. I give a lot of donations to different organizations. So what they did is they picked my name off giving donations, and they sent me an invitation to come down there. An invitation said, we want to invite you to the Republicans Party. I'm not no Republican, So I went down there. When we went down there, as soon as I got off the plane, you had CBS, CNN, and all these people like Eazy, gang member, drug dealer, and all this, comes down here to the president's luncheon and all that, and they just blew it up. Basically, what I did is I paid $1,500 for $1 million worth of press.
Above all, Eazy was the consummate businessman. He understood power, he understood marketing, he understood control. He was very Machiavellian. For Ruthless, in the early days, Ice Cube verbalized, Dre musicalized, Eazy conceptualized, and I financialized, and that's what Ruthless was. If anyone thinks that someone beside Eazy-E ran that company, then it was someone that really didn't know Eazy-E.
I learned a lot from Eazy. I learned a lot about business. I learned a lot about you know, you don't have to transform yourself to be a good businessman. You don't have to put on three-piece suits, and you can just kind of like be yourself. You could be young, hungry, and successful. You know, and I mean that's what I learned from him. You know, and I still use some of the things that I learned from his business. You know, practices to this day.
Eazy had a concept, or the concept evolved at Rufus, which I thought was a terrific concept. We took all the best people, they worked on a record, we finished the record, we put the record out, and we started on the next record. So we did Straight Outta Compton, we did Eazy Does It. When we're done with that, we did Michelet's record, we did DOC's record. So you had the single most talented person in the history of rap music, Andre Young, doing the producing. And, you know, we had all the best guys doing the writing, Doc and Cube and Eazy. And I'll tell you something, only later on, after Dre left, did we get away from those principles that made us so successful.
We met back in 1990 originally. Just based off an image, I thought he would be kind of disrespectful and not really have too much to talk about, and that we wouldn't have anything in common. And I was impressed in terms of he did have stuff to talk about. He was more soft-spoken and was a lot different than what I expected. He was the opposite.
Eazy was like a child himself when he was around the children. And it was really neat to see how his eyes would light up and to see his compassion and his tenderness when he was working with a child who perhaps was catastrophically ill, or another child who was homeless or abandoned, and the interaction. The thing that struck me was that he obviously did this because he really loved doing it. I think that was one of the things that I admired most, is that he was really interested in doing it because he wanted to.
The biggest thing that people thought about Eazy-E was they thought he was just rough, tough, you know, didn't care about nothing. He probably was one of the nicest people you ever would have known if you known him for real. Not as Eazy, but as Aaron Wright.
He has this hard image to uphold, but in terms of that, there's two sides to everybody. There's good and bad, there's hard and soft. So he was a well-rounded person. It wasn't just this hardcore, I don't give a F about anything. It was, you know, there's a person.
A hardcore rapper who celebrates sex, crime, and violence in his music is in a hospital tonight with AIDS. He says he has no idea how he got the fatal disease.
You know, like a month and a half before he got sick, and I'm kind of thinking New York is where he got sick because what happened, I was in the club. The club was called The Tunnel. That's near the river. Man, it was so cold. I've never been that cold in my life. And the cabs wasn't stopping for no.
Now listen to him. How he know that?
20 minutes, man.
Okay, so listen to him as he speak, y'all. Like how he gonna know and say like where he feel like he contracted it or whatever else. No, so we need to figure out when he was in New York at the time that Cube is talking about. When he was in New York, what he was doing in New York, who he was dealing with, who was he in contact with, because like said, he is a product of MK Naomi. They stuck him, they gave him that. They did that to him. Huh?
He was out there on the promotion taking Bone Thugs and Harmony around. He was introducing
so about time. We need to see. I'm gonna catch you on the back end because we need to see when he was out there with Bone Thugs and Harmony. Like, who else was in their circle? Had he ate anything? Like, what was lit? Because, like I said, they owned him, which means that I don't know if you caught out live one time. They can either stick it, give it to him by ingestion. give it to it in this food, stick it in this food. Like it's ways that they do it to you to give it to you. You get what I'm saying? But that's what they do. It's not a shadow of a doubt. This is for a fact. I'm gonna say alleged, but we know what it is. So that's what we need to figure out.
When he was in New York with Bone Thugs, he had already had it.
Okay. So what is Q talking about right now? But see,
He had on a Pendleton jacket and it was cold. He on a coat that he would wear in California. Ain't no cold gave him no AIDS. He was already sick because when they came back from New York, he ended up dying a few months later.
Yeah. Okay. So like I said, we need to figure out the timeline, and the timeline we figure out it's gonna nail it down. I'm
studio. They put them in that studio. That's when they did the deed.
I was just gonna say that it's somebody that he was around and in that midst. They gave him something to eat. They had that shit. Listen to me. They did what they did to him. Either we need to figure out, like I was telling Mr. Mason on the back end, even if for just as much as just say for instance, if you got a toothache, right? I'm just saying, I'm just using this as a scenario, right? So say for instance, if you have a toothache, and if you have a toothache, you go to the dentist. And when you go to the dentist either shoots you with lidocaine to numb your gums or anything of that nature. Somebody gave it to him. They gave it to him. So we need to see like if he had any type of appointments, even with his regular doctor before this, okay? Because that took a minute to get into his work all the way through his system. You get what I'm saying? But we need to know, like, did he have an appointment or who was around him in that air, like round in that time, and they gave it to him. He didn't contract it like from sexual to sexual. That was not how he received this. He did not get it like that, period. And it's facts out there to state and know that he did not get it that way. Okay. So he was MK Naomi.
He was murdered with his reputation. That's what it was.
Yeah, there you go. See, they didn't only give him MK Naomi, they public humiliated him too.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that was
So
humiliation as well. What you said, Mr. Bass?
So the acupuncture story, is that not true? Because in acupuncture, since all these diseases and stuff, they should, just like a tattoo person, they have to open new paint and new needles every time they work on somebody. But back then, I don't think they were doing it. And there could have been some dirty needles that was used on it.
On purpose.
Yeah.
Because I already got acupuncture. I do that. I ain't did it in a minute, but I do that too, Mr. Bass. And however, like I said, yes, there are new ones. They put them before you. It's certain type of procedures now. But however, if he had that procedure done, then that there can be. You know what I'm saying? They got the word, and who's to say whoever he went to get those acupunctures done, like they was the actual person that does those acupuncture. They probably put that person in place to do his acupuncture. Get the memo. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Lady back then too, that tainted bad blood was floating around Cedar-Sinai Hospital too.
You said what? About time?
People was donating blood back then, but it had AIDS in it, and they didn't know it.
Yeah, because they had nowhere to clean. They had nowhere to clean.
Back then, they could have knew somebody that worked at the hospital and could have got some blood from them.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. You did hear you going back to the beginning when we first started the live. Did you hear what School said? He made a mockery of it. You can draw blood from somebody with AIDS. Yeah,
that's a good point.
Because when he said that he had been dead 8 years already. Why are you still beefing with a dead man?
Exactly, because he hated them.
When you did that interview, and he never once said, "I'm just kidding." He hit that cigar like he's still mad because he can't tell the world they killed a man with AIDS.
Exactly. And he was hating on them. They was hating on him that bad to the point they hate him to them.
Tell nobody I killed you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about the possibility that maybe the reason why Eazy may have been off, for lack of a better word, is because maybe the rumor of the reunion of NWA be possible, and then with that, with Cube and Dre and Eazy, would literally run the hip hop industry almost.
No.
Yeah, they got rid of him. They got rid of him because he was smart, as well as if you all noticed, Eazy had a mind, and see, you can control his mind. You can control him.
Right, because Eazy had that strong business sense.
Mm-hmm.
Dre was easily becoming one of the greatest producers in hip hop history. Cube had literally become one of the greatest writers in hip hop.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of combination.
It's a listen.
Really
Show you
damages
right,
it.
J Rock. Show you right. That combination was gonna fuck the industry up. Them people would have never made $1 up until this point. Listen to me. Them people would have never made $1 up until this point. So guess what? That's why Jerry got to know that divide. See, you know, when you divide, you conquer.
Boss Lady. That's Dre wanted to rename the group NWE. You know what NWE was? Niggas without easy. That's what he wanted to rename the group, NWE. It was not gonna be no reunion like people think. I'm telling y'all, it was not. It was not. Go listen to keep their heads ring.
So you know what? You know Dre not easy, but you know Dre, he was a bitch then and he a bitch now.
Look how he started dressing. He was gangster for pay. Look how he was dressing with the world class wrestling crew. He wasn't gangster then. He was lovable.
Allegedly, everything we saying over here, y'all, is allegedly. You know, so
He was
everything is
lovable.
allegedly entertainment, education.
His whole image of being gangster was given to him by Easy E. Everybody think Dre this hardcore dude. No, he not. Like in the tape you just showed, he talking about he came up with the idea and he got the money together. No, you just heard in the previous video you played that he went to jail and Easy told him instead of you paying me back, make me some beat. Isn't that what they said?
All right, pussy.
And said that it was his idea. He went and got the funding for the group. It's just so yeah. I know that man didn't die. He didn't die of no Asian intercourse. He was
murdered. Let it rip, Mr. Bass.
I was in the club. The club was called the Tunnel. That's near the river. Man, it was so cold. I'd never been that cold in my life, and the cabs wasn't stopping for no. So I stood outside for about 20 minutes, man, till my eyeballs was freezing. I went inside. He took off walking by himself, and I just know that's where he got sick.
I thought it was a serious problem then the first time when he went to the hospital, but then shortly thereafter when he wasn't getting better, maybe about a week later, we went back and they started running a lot of tests, and definitely when I got the call with the diagnosis, that's when I knew it was serious.
I went to the hospital and I went into Eric's room and I think Tamika was in, and Eric wanted to talk to me. He said, "Mom, I have something to tell you." And I said, "Well, tell me then." He said, "The doctor said I had something like Magic Johnson have." I'm sorry. And I said, "You mean to tell me?" And then he said, "AIDS."
Well, I heard it as a rumor from from my homeboy's mother who works up there. About a week later, all these, people kept saying stuff, but it was still rumor, still felt like a rumor. His assistant called me, and I went to school with her, so we know each other. She just told me the real.
When the diagnosis was given and took place with the doctor, there were conversations between myself and him and his family of how to approach it. And due to the fact that he was in the limelight in terms of the public eye, other than just being Eric Wright at home or, that's my buddy, there were there are young people, older people, people that look to him as fans, kind of like, what are you doing? What's going on? Good, bad, whatever. That something needed to be released, something needed to be said.
I'm not saying this because I'm looking for a soft cushion wherever I'm heading. I just feel that I got thousands and thousands of young fans that have to learn about what's real when it comes to AIDS.
I think Eazy's death changed not only me, but so many people in the community, black community, whatever community, in the ghetto rather, about AIDS, and let you know that not just the people way up here can get it, but the people down in the streets can also get it.
It's something that is real. It's something that is out there. And other than just Eric dying from the disease, there are lots of other people, millions of people that are dying from the disease every day and that are suffering from it.
I always knew that was some not to f with. And I always knew, you know, even in my young stupid days, you know, when I was a youngster, you know, I took pride in strapping it on. You know what I'm saying? And you know, Eazy was a little more freer with himself than that. You know what I'm saying? He said live it to the fullest, and that's what he did. You know, so I couldn't really shed no tears for Eazy because he's a that's he done lived life to the fullest. You know what I'm saying? He's done been on the bottom all the way up to the top. You know, he lived it how he wanted to.
This year is its 10th year anniversary, and letting people know what the company stood for, bringing it in a more positive light to show that it was more than a glorified production company, that it was a label that it broke and made its mark as a gangster rap label, but it's a bona fide label that had R&B, that had other rap acts, that is here to service. It is still that open door opportunity for a lot of urban people and young people that want to get into the industry. It's here. It's been here 10 years. It's a life. It was an idea, and it's a dream that came true, and it's still living, and it's still alive.
You put some life back into the rap game, you know what I'm saying? When it came from the police all the way to putting us in the game, you know what I'm saying? He kept the eras going about the game.
It ain't easy, it's work. He taught us how to handle the work, you know what I'm saying? How to watch out for the shiestiness and just how to be humble. Plain and simple. If Eazy, you know what I'm saying, wouldn't have been there for us, we wouldn't be here right now. You know what I'm saying? He gave us our chance, you know what I'm saying? Just like we've been saying, he gave us our walking shoes, we ran with them. You know what I'm saying? Point blank. Much love, Eazy, rest in peace.
Your hands, everybody, clap your hands. Come on, put your hands together. And clap. Now can y'all say easy? Come on, say it. Easy. Everybody, come on. Easy. Who's your toughest Steve? Easy. A little louder, come on. Easy. Get those hands in the air. Easy. Come on, say it. Easy. A little louder, come on. Easy. Come, John.
Running, Mr. Bass.
Tried to destroy my record company with the help of others, Dre. So right now we're getting everything back together and we finna come out, fully loaded. Suge tried to destroy my record company with the help of others, Dre. So right now we're getting everything back together and we finna come out,
He said, "Who tried to destroy it? Suge and Drake."
Exactly. If y'all listen to Compton City G's, right? On there, he says, "I hope the fans understand when you talk about spreading." Have y'all
Yeah.
ever listened to that?
Yeah, I know the whole song.
Have you ever picked up on
Oh yeah, I know. Oh yeah, I remember
it?
that.
I hope the fans understand when you talk about spreading. He's
Spread
saying, "I
me.
hope y'all understand. I really didn't die this shit." That's what I get.
Yeah.
Yeah, when he said, I hope you talk about it on the same records that just spraying me. The
Yep.
Yeah,
so
the fans understand when you
those
talk
same
about
records, those same records you're rapping are paying me.
yeah. So he's saying, like, I hope y'all understand when he talk about spraying me, what he really means. That man, they murdered that man. This man had 11 kids. He got 11 kids, two which were born supposedly during the time he had full blown AIDS, but nobody has
That's what I don't understand. So that alone lets you know that something ain't right about this.
Right. Nobody has. Nobody. Out of 30 something years, ain't nobody came up and said, ain't nobody sued, no face or nothing.
Facts. Nobody. Shout out to Shane in the comment section. Yes, nobody. So that clearly should tell you something because I know being in the nursing field that they would have got it, they would have contracted it somehow.
If you out there like, or loose like they say you will.
Mm.
Eric, baby, you good?
Yeah. All right.
Look, man. Hold on. You all right? Wake up. Open your eyes. Come on, easy. Look at it.
Ain't she gonna say something? What is it? A respiratory infection, pneumonia, what?
Yes, well, it is those things and more, I'm afraid. We ran a full blood battery, and I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but you tested positive for HIV.
Get the out of here.
What?
A normal T cell count is anywhere between 500 and 1500. Right now, your T cell count is 14.
But I ain't no.
Mr. Wright, actually, the virus can be transmitted in quite a few ways, including unprotected heterosexual sex.
That's wrong. You gotta test that over. Test that again.
We've run the test 5 times with 5 different samples, and the result remains the same.
Tamika. She's pregnant, Doc. What does this mean?
It doesn't necessarily mean that she's contracted the virus, but we have to test her to be sure.
So what do we do? When we start the treatment, I mean, I gotta get healthy. I got things to do. What are we supposed to do?
Mr. Wright, you need to understand that you are very, very sick.
I don't even feel that bad, Doc. Don't tell me that.
With palliative care, we can probably keep you comfortable for maybe 6 months at the very most.
Comfortable? What do you mean, comfortable?
It's just a matter of time. I'm truly, truly sorry, Mr. Wright. I'll leave you time to process this.
Doc, come on, Doc. No. Doc.
And one of the pioneers of gangster rap, as the leader of the group NWA, has revealed he has AIDS.
We were totally unprepared for the kind of outpouring of fan calls that we had. We had over 7,000 calls.
I can't. Let me make this right. Please. Because you're healthy. And the baby healthy. So,
Okay. But I love you. And I don't want none of this. I just want you to be here.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Tamika Woods, do you take Eric Wright to be your lawfully wedded husband?
It's Bone Thugs' new LP, man. Everybody thinks it's gonna be cool when it drops. It's gonna be huge, man. It's great. You wanna hear it, man? You wanna hear it?
All right, man, just leave it here for me. I'll check it out later. This is bullshit, man. Hey, Yellow, why don't you check on him, man? See if he all right. All right? I call you when I get out of here. All right?
What's his condition? His condition, he's in intensive care. We're not certain where it's headed.
What's up, Eric? It's Dre.
Man, I've been making some dope new tracks. This next NWA album, it's about to be dope. About to be huge, you know? Hey, you remember that time when we was making Boys on the Hood? Your non-rapping ass was tripping out, man. I love you, E. You hear me? I love you, man.
The legendary rap group NWA would never have happened. With a combination of drug money, business savvy, and street knowledge, Eric Eazy Wright started and operated one of the most successful independent record companies of all time. Eazy helped to launch the careers of rap's first billionaire, Dr. Dre, and helped make Ice Cube a household name. Known as the godfather of gangster rap, Eazy died tragically of AIDS-related complications in March of 1995 at the age of just 31. But was his death due to unprotected sex, or did something else cause Eazy-E to contract AIDS and die from it?
You know where the fuck I'm from? It's Bompton, nigga.
I want to tackle a topic here on this channel, a question people have been asking for over 20 years. As you'll see here, it's definitely a question worth asking. Was Eazy-E infected with HIV by someone in hip-hop that wanted him dead?
They get blood from somebody with AIDS, and then they shoot you with it.
Oh,
so
well,
the
that
death
seems
don't happen.
bad.
That's
Yeah.
a slow death.
Yeah, yeah.
An easy thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, no. Okay.
What's going on, guys? My name is Michael McCrudden. I host Before They Were Famous and also have a series titled Before They Were Gone. I just wanted to say that if you guys see a Before They Were Gone video made on me, it's likely because I made this video. And if that's the case, please someone delete my laptop history and throw my MacBook straight into a fire and then into a lake. It's more of a fat book than a MacBook, but that's not the point.
Just as long as you're looking at women who... Not women? Wow! Okay. Men? Chicks with dicks? Horses? Worse than horses?
Now, if you enjoyed this type of video where I sit down and investigate, I've also made one titled Is Birdman Gay? That one's clocked in almost 2 million views. Be sure to check that out as well. All right, here we go. After the film Straight Outta Compton was released in theaters in August of 2015, a whole new generation of people learned about one of the most influential and iconic rap groups in history, the NWA. A collective group consisting of MC Ren, DJ Yella, Dr. Dre, Ice Cube, and the initial financial backer and brains of the group, Eric Eazy-E Wright. Selling millions of records and thousands of concert tickets, NWA is one of the most influential rap groups of all time. They considered each other family at one point, so why do some people think that members of this group are the ones who conspired to kill Eazy-E? Specifically, Dr. Dre.
I don't know what he's talking about.
You know what
I'm innocent. Word.
Now, I really hate to say it, but if you were to assume that Eazy-E was essentially murdered, you'd have to look at Dr. Dre as at least a potential suspect. Dre had some pretty good reasons for wanting Eazy-E dead. With Eazy-E and manager Jerry Heller at the helm of Ruthless Records, Dr. Dre was straight up getting screwed for royalties and payment.
Came in and kind of fucked it up.
And his name is?
Jerry Heller.
I love Jerry.
Kind of pulled Eazy to the side and he sold out, sold his soul.
Case in point, according to documents in 1992, Dr. Dre only made slightly over $86,000 for the entire year. Meanwhile, Ruthless Records, well, they were banking $10 million a month. Check out this clip from 2015 where Jerry Heller, well, he discusses the success of Ruthless Records.
Said, first of all, we're doing $10 million a month with 6 employees. We don't even have a typewriter in the office. I said, we're the most successful startup record company in the history of the music business.
And even after Dre left and signed with Death Row, Eazy-E was still going to be making a big cut for at least 6 more years.
I get a percentage of his record sales, whether he produces as an artist and whether he produced Snoop, Rage, Daz, Corrupt, or whoever else off Death Row.
You don't see jack of shit that come from Death Row.
I make money off Dre's record sales.
The poor pay situation not only ended the relationship, Dre went on television essentially saying that Eazy-E was going to get murdered.
I guess they didn't respect my talent, so now they're suffering the consequences. Eazy-E, you drop a brick, boy. See ya.
And it's not like he wasn't capable of doing it. In 1991, Dr. Dre reportedly brutally assaulted TV host Dee Barnes after she aired what the rap supergroup considered to be a misleading and highly edited interview conducted with NWA. In her own words, he, Dr. Dre, picked me up by my hair and my ear and smashed my face and body into the wall. Next thing I know, I'm down on the ground and he's kicking me in the ribs and stamping on my fingers. I ran into the woman's bathroom to hide, but he burst through the door and started bashing me in the back of the head. Now, it's important to note that the man has since apologized.
Any man that puts his hands on a female is a fucking idiot. He's out of his fucking mind. And I was out of my fucking mind at the time. I fucked up. I paid for it. I'm sorry for it.
So now we know that the doctor had one hell of a temper, and you must imagine he wasn't too happy with Eazy-E when him and his boys were going on camera saying stuff like this.
It's all about real niggas from Compton and putting all them niggas that's claiming they from Compton out the picture because they really ain't from Compton. That's right. You know what I'm saying? Just setting the record straight.
Basically, it's talking about Dre for hollering that he's a real Compton City G.
It was just Eazy-E and his gang. Tupac also took some pretty heavy shots at the doctor, questioning his sexuality.
LA, California Love Park, motherfucking 2, without gay ass Dre.
Why don't y'all just make up?
He already made up. You ain't never seen him with the lipstick and
Oh,
lace.
I mean.
If you're not sure what they're referring to with the doctor wearing makeup and weird stuff like that before NWA, well, he was a part of the hip-hop boy band called the World Class Wrecking Crew. Many would say their wardrobe choices were questionable at best. It wasn't just Tupac and Eazy-E spreading this info. One of hip-hop's biggest gangsters was also starting to question Dre's sexuality. Take a listen to Suge Knight on the Howard Stern Show.
Then Dre said, Pac, I thought you were smart. You still dumb. If I want to pound some butt, I can do a woman. I'm a bisexual because I like to get my cheekbones blew out. I like to get pounded in the butt.
Suge Knight is not the type of guy anyone needs to mess with. His tactics were brutal. Take a listen to this confession.
He might have got a few punches, and he probably drunk about 20 shots of piss. You know what I mean? Literally.
But I don't want none of that. I'm Irish. I was also a bartender, and I've seen many a shot in my life. Piss isn't one of them. Gross. Okay. Well, Dre didn't like what Suge Knight had to say, and apparently he was ready to do something about it. In a court document filed in Los Angeles back in 2014, lawyers for Suge Knight claimed that Dr. Dre paid 2 shooters to kill Suge in a West Hollywood club. Knight also alleges in the legal docs that the shooter confessed that Dre had paid him and a friend $50,000 for the hit. And that not only did the LA County Sheriff's Department inexplicably release the shooter from custody, but that the police were privy to video shot at LAX, which allegedly shows Deputy Boyd helping the gunman flee the country.
Suge Knight and his attorney think that a sheriff's deputy was conspiring to get him to kill him in that shooting. It was at One Oak in West Hollywood. So
Can I just clarify one thing? When you say he's implicated by Suge's lawyer and by Suge, not by the police or
not
anything.
by the police or anything. Exactly.
Okay.
Well, just because he allegedly put a hit out on Suge, that doesn't necessarily mean Dre would have had Eazy-E killed, does it? I'm just giving you guys all the evidence I could. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. But I got one more piece of evidence that might make you think twice about the doc. In the biggest what the fuck moment in all rap lyrics, Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre seemingly mentioned Eazy-E having HIV years before he got sick. It's in a skit called House Party on Snoop Dogg's 1993 album. House Party, Dre and Snoop seemingly take shots at Eazy-E, and they even mention HIV. I want to say that the HIV line was for Luke Campbell from 2 Live Crew, who was a porn star rapper and not about Eazy-E. But Luke, he never contracted HIV and is currently still alive and well. Were there signs of Eazy-E getting potentially murdered, hidden in a rap album? Well, Eazy-E's own son seems to think so. In a now deleted Instagram post, he stated, Eazy-E did not get sick until after the studio incident with Suge, and look how he acknowledged and admits on his interview with Jimmy Kimmel, injecting people instead of shooting them is the new thing that's done. Oh, and let's not touch the topic on Ice Cube naming his album Lethal Injection. Yeah, that's a pretty weird album cover, and the album is filled with shots at Eazy, while Dr. Dre and even Ice Cube could reasonably be accused of potentially setting up Eazy-E with a deadly virus. For my money, no one is more likely to have done this than hip-hop's most dangerous man, the piss-pouring, cigar-smoking brick house of a dude who goes by the name of Suge Knight.
They get blood from somebody with AIDS, and then they shoot you with it.
Oh,
so
well, that seems bad.
That's a slow death.
Yeah.
An easy thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, no. Okay.
In a now infamous appearance on the Jimmy Kimmel Show, Suge's comments brought the possibility of foul play in Eazy's death to the mainstream. Suge Knight would have had many reasons to have wanted Eazy dead, the main one being that Eazy-E was planning to kill him. One of the key pieces to the success and also the downfall of NWA, big money manager Jerry Heller, well, he detailed Eazy-E's plans to kill Suge Knight. Take a listen.
And Eazy said, you know this guy Suge Knight? I said, yeah. He says, well, I'm going to kill him. He said, this guy's going to be a problem, and I think I should kill him. And
Wow.
I said, let me think this. I said, let me think this thing through.
He also would go on to say that his biggest regret was not letting Eazy do it.
And you know something? I should have let him kill him.
Yeah.
You know, I would have done the world a favor. He would have done it for sure, by himself. You know, he always rolled by himself, and he was fearless.
Suge would probably be the prime suspect in the case if it were open today. He'd threatened Eazy-E and Jerry Heller with goons and lead pipes in order to get Dr. Dre off his Ruthless Records deal. He was also criminally charged for sending death threats to the director of Straight Outta Compton, F. Gary Gray, and legit killed someone on the set of the movie when he brutally ran over a record label executive by the name of Terry Carter. And who can forget he famously almost iced rapper Vanilla Ice when he held him by the feet from a 15-story balcony.
You scared? I needed to wear a diaper on that day. I was very scared.
On the balcony, Van Winkle says Suge Knight told him to sign over points from the song to a man named Mario Lavelle Johnson.
Suge Knight has not only been implicated in the death of Eazy-E, but also suspected to have had a hand in the unsolved murders of both Tupac and Biggie, meaning he could have taken out 3 of the biggest legends in the history of rap music. Now I'm actually working on videos, on who killed Biggie and who killed Tupac, and you gotta know that Suge's gonna be on both them lists. For real. Of course, there is the theory that Eazy-E could have simply died from the disease he contracted with no foul play. He was a notorious ladies' man who hated condoms. He even admitted it himself while on the Howard Stern show.
You don't have condoms? No. You never wear a condom?
No. You heard about AIDS?
Yeah, but the people that I mess with don't. They're clean. Yeah.
How do you know?
You smell them before you have sex with them. I would have had it myself if they would have had it, right? Oh, man.
But certain aspects, they just don't add up. I mean, he had a wife and dozens of mistresses, and he fathered 2 children, and none of these people, not even the kids, none of the ladies, not even his wife, none of them had HIV or any illness.
Nobody has came up with HIV or nothing like that. So, I mean, just rationally thinking some had to go on.
With all the money he had in the bank and all the new revenues coming in after his death, no one came forward with an HIV accusation or a lawsuit. He had over $50 million in the bank from Ruthless Records, and no one came forward looking for a dime? Damn, with all that money, you'd think someone would have got him a more elaborate tombstone. I'm just saying. Now, I'm no AIDS expert. The most I know about the disease is from watching the Tom Hanks film Philadelphia. But I believe those who contract it, well, they have a few years on the clock. Eazy went from being considered healthy to diagnosed in January. He was admitted to the hospital in February, and he was in a casket by the end of March. Now, you'd think at the very least, there would be an investigation into why this all happened and so fast and who did it. Well, when you put out a song titled Fuck the Police, turns out they're not really in your corner.
Nigga got it bad cause I'm brown and not the other color, so police think they have the authority to kill a minority.
All right, guys, that's all the digging I could do. Now I leave it up to you guys. Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. And who you think did you know what? My name is Mike McCruddy. Be sure to check out the previous video I did on Birdman. He hates it. He doesn't like that one. It's pretty funny. Also, we've got Tupac and Biggie similar to this. We're going to be pumping those out in the coming weeks. So be sure to subscribe if you're new here, and I'll see you guys in another video.
Saying it ain't. Oh God. What's up with you? Hip hop uncensored is the vibe, so subscribe. Hip hop uncensored is the vibe, so subscribe. Oh God, driving Sam and riding passenger side, and you heard it out the mouth of the greatest rapper alive.
Interested in promoting your brand, business, or talent on Hip Hop News Uncensored? Hit me up right now at advertise@hiphopun.com. That's advertise@hiphopun.com. Hit me ASAP. Very affordable rates. Now to our regularly scheduled program. Let's
can't fool me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not asking this
about time. Connect your device.
Now, if you had a message or you talked to Jerry Heller, what would you say to him if you wanted to give him a message?
I talked to Jerry.
You talked to him? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know what the crazy part about it is?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm gonna see you got some cool brothers. I'm gonna share a little bit. Crazy part about it is why he will leave that indication on my mind. feel what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say I'm gonna keep just a little bit of it for all, like I said,
Yes, sir.
documentary
Yes,
things
sir.
I have going on. But why would he leave an indication on my mind? You know, man, my documentary, I'm gonna tell you word for word what was said. You feel what I'm saying? Word for word of why I leave that indication. Why would you even think? Oh, you think that too? Okay, cool. I'm not fishing in a raw pond. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not fishing for the moon in a pond. Basically, there you go. Not fishing for the moon in the pond. You feel what I'm saying? So cool. Is some bluegills and guppies in here? Cool, brother. No, I'm fishing in the right ocean. No, that's all I want to know. And this is coming from a person who I just wanted to go sit down. It wasn't even about as far as in that, because when it comes down to it, people think about it. Why you like that word? Like, this, my daddy was making $10 million a month. Do I'm sitting here saying, hey, rob my father and do any other? But what makes you think that any, especially if he's an outside, not to say outside race, but just another, he didn't grow with you. He's not your brother that's sitting next to you on this podcast. He's not him. He over there making $10 million for your podcast company, and you ain't got to worry about him over here going in to go get his daughter a credit card, get his brother a credit card. You feel what I'm saying? We can have an eye-to-eye understanding as far as, and hey, I just respect and know me and all three of us got this podcast. He bringing in 10 million from it. Cool. It's coming in. I don't got to sweat that I got to distrust if I'm doing business with you two. But now let's say when you sit here and we got this individual who knows Eric got to write every check. I know what every account is doing. I know what everything. Dre, Cube, Yella, Brand, all y'all might not know nothing. I know, because why? I done set this man up to be in this position, and I know what position he is, and I know what type of money he's touching. You feel what I'm saying? So when people ask me that, it's not the fact to say that I'm okay with it, but it's just the fact to sit there and say, I'm gonna be surprised. I'm gonna be surprised. Jerry done took some money. Jerry done took a couple of million. You know, he making 10 million a year, and I'm 10 million a month. And Jerry didn't sit here and snuffed and got this, that, and the other. I'm not surprised if that's true. If that's truth to it, okay, I'm not surprised about it. Find out, Pop. Hey, do what you got to do. You feel what I'm saying? But that ain't the questions I wanted to sit here and get Jerry with. I wanted to get Jerry with stuff that my grandma might not know. Why? Because Jerry's been with my daddy how long? How many days? How many hours?
Right.
My father we talking about. You feel what I'm saying? I want to know everything about him. You feel what I'm saying? Like, nigga, what bitch did he have on the side? What bitch was he do to? What anything? This is just me. Is anything from that to back to the how did he act when he did this? You know, how was he doing that and the other when he did business, or when you first taught him this, or when you first got him this? How was his mind state? What was he really good at in business? You know what I'm saying? All those are questions I want to ask Jerry. Jerry know my father beyond a lot of people. You feel what I'm saying? It's the same individual you sat down and gave him this game to own all this shit. You feel what I'm saying? So those are questions I asked Jerry. I ain't worried about the little punk ass money and shit that supposedly quote unquote dabbling in. You feel what I'm saying? And if you can give me any insinuation that you feel it wasn't AIDS, that's all I need, brother. What if it wasn't him? That's all I need, brother. That's all. If the circle comes back around to the pinpoint, but at least one of the individuals that I know was important can have an understanding that the shit was just funny. Shit was funny. So yeah. Other than that, yeah, that's what Jerry. I respect it. I went to his funeral. A lot didn't like me the fact going to his funeral. Why this, why that? You know, that's what my heart inclined me to do. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what the fuck everybody else, it's my heart inclined me to do. You feel what I'm saying? When my kids are sick, do you call and check up on me? Oh, if I go to Jerry's funeral, we gonna call and check up on Eric. Okay. You know, that's just me, brother. That's just how you know what I mean. You know what I mean? If you can't care about the well-being of what I care about the most, then why do you come at me with this bullshit? You feel what I'm saying? Like, come on. You feel what I mean? You don't, man. That's just how I am with it.
But we definitely appreciate your time, brother.
Oh,
It's been
yeah.
an incredible build, man.
Oh man, this was fun, brother. Y'all, hey, we gotta do this again, bro. We gotta do this again.
Anytime you're ready.
I really appreciate it, man. You know what I mean?
Nah, anytime you're ready, to be an honor. We love to have you in studio, man. We got our own studio out in the South Jersey area. If you're ever in town, tri-state area, anywhere around the area, let us know. We'd love to get you in
I'm
here.
in Rhode Island. I think Rhode Island with Insane Clown Posse and Flesh and Bone. Me and Flesh and Bone with Insane Clown Posse in Rhode Island on July 16th. July 16th and 17th. Yeah.
It's a little ways from Jersey, but hey.
Yeah, I know. That's the only thing. You know me, brother, from the West Coast. I'm like, that's the closest I see to you, brother. But I definitely make my way there, man. I got my boy JoJo, man. of course, that's on Grown Up Hip Hop with us. We'll be on tomorrow on Thursdays, every Thursday at 9 guys time. And that's my boy, so I'm gonna come visit him, pretty soon. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'll be down that way, bro.
That's love, man. Drop your social media handles. Drop the whenever that documentary is gonna release. If you got a release date for it, anything else you want to drop for the people, man, before we get up out of here. The floor is yours.
Oh, most definitely, man. At Little Eazy _E on Instagram, man. E Wright Jr. on Twitter. You feel what I'm saying? And littleeasy.com. You can check out everything on there, man. And richardruthless.com. It's all my artists. Everything with me. You can find my website on richardruthless.com as well. That's Rich and Ruthless. So yeah, littleeasy.com, man. It ain't over. I got some more stuff coming. I'm back touring. The world's back and open up. So I'll leave all that information for everybody to want to come check it out. We got merch. You feel what I'm saying? For It Ain't Over. We'll have new merch on there, man. So I appreciate y'all brothers, man. This is, they're real. And like I say, it ain't over, man. So I'm gonna continuously giving you what I can for this legacy, man, and continue this legacy shining. Growing Up Hip Hop, and then we got a couple of movies and a documentary will be coming soon. But that information you get on the website.
Indeed, man. Definitely appreciate your transparency, man, from our platform and our brand to yours.
Yes, sir,
brother. Thank you.
Peace.
All the time. Hip Hop Uncensored. So I appreciate it.
I'm just sitting here looking through the windows of my mind of what we used to go through, the good and bad times. So now I'm down on my knees begging you, please don't reap what I sow. Cause Lord, I just want to see my little Jane grow. So no pain, no pain. Remembering the time that we used to go through. We had friends, enemies that come so way. But I think now I'm true to myself, which makes me feel so fine. But Lord, I can't help to think of all the wrong things I did. I'm gonna pay it time. Yeah, I know what I mean. So I can't wait. Sing a different tune, or sing a different song. Cause Lord, it makes me upset to see one of my friends here and the next day they are gone.
I live a lot of year go out to my flesh. Skin worms destroy this body. Yet my spirit shall I see God, whom I shall see for myself. Mine eyes shall behold, and not another. For he brought nothing into this world, and it is certain we carry nothing out of it. This we may say in the song of the submission from our brother, Ezra, Eazy, right? The Lord has given The Lord has received. Blessed be the name of the Lord.
Katie, Richard, it's a very, very sad day for all of us. But I want you to know what an important contribution your son made to the world. He made it possible for so many people to break out of the economic chains of the inner cities. And he gave them the kind of music that they wanted to hear. He was an innovator. He was a creative, original thinker. He conceptualized. And anybody that he touched will never be the same. I know that he made me better than I was, as he did to Dre and Ice Cube and all of us who were there at the beginning. He was the kind of person that could make 2 + 2 = 5. We're going to miss him very much. Very sorry, Katie.
Put in, man. All my love, God be with them. All right, thanks, Johnny Gill. All right, baby.
No pain, I can see clearly out my window. Just sitting here remembering the good times that we have friends and enemies that pass our way. But I think, Lord, let me breathe another day. I'm just sitting here, looking through the windows of my mind, of what we used to go through, the good and bad times. So now I'm down on my knees begging you, please don't reap what I sow. Cause Lord, I just want to see my little chain grow. So no pain, no pain. I can see a fall on my window. I'm just sitting here remembering the time that we used to go through. We had friends, enemies that come our way. But I think, Lord, now I'm true to myself, which makes me feel so fine. But Lord, I can't help to think of all the wrong things I did. I'm gonna pay in time. Yeah, I know what I mean. So I can't wait. Sing a different tune, or sing a different song. Cause Lord, it makes me upset to see one of my friends here and the next day they are gone.
Brother leaving unity everywhere. We all feel these. Homies forever. Next to feel on G. World connection will always be spiritually by your side. That's right. Because the love we have for you deep within us will live on and never. Yeah. Say never die. Because we plan to keep your legacy alive and constant on the map. I'm feeling you, E. That's right. Thanks for that mental depth. Yeah. When I say homies forever, I go way, way back to before you pioneered gangster rap. All that. So rest in peace knowing that what you started musically, we gonna finish. Most definitely. Forever. And that's the fact. That's right. So trust that what lies behind us and lies before us are tiny compared to the love that lies within us. We all love you, homie. Forever. Amen.
Well, darlings, we have come literally the last mile of the way. You can't go any further than this when you're made of flesh and blood. We've said, Eazy, we were with you when you breathed.
Amen.
We were with you till the final step. But you know, the concern isn't with Eazy. It's with us, the living. With us. Because in his world, it is a world we can't even imagine. It is a world larger than anything we can imagine. A God larger. Our task is to take from the youngest children here today up to us, the elders, and to love one another. To stop hurting one another. If I have bread, you hungry, you have bread. If you need, I have. If I need, you have. We are family.
Amen.
And if we can make that commitment, then his living has meant something beyond even himself. Let's remember the families now. The days will get long from now, very long. They've given up a portion of themselves. And anybody can stand with them today, but it takes somebody to call them up and said, I just called to say I love you.
Amen.
And I mean it from the bottom of my heart. For as much as it has pleased Almighty God to receive from this world the soul of our departed brother and son, Ezra Wright, we therefore commit his body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, looking for the general resurrection in the last days and the life to come. Eric Wright, whenceforth the blessed shall rise in the Lord. By the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of his Holy Spirit be with you until we meet again. Amen.
Looking through the windows of my mind of what we used to go through, the good and bad times. So now I'm down on my knees begging you, please don't reap what I sow. Cause Lord, I just want to see my little Jane grow. So help me, now I'm true to myself, which makes me feel so fine. But Lord, I can't help to think of all the wrong things I did. I'm gonna bring it time. Yeah, I know what I mean. So I can we sing a different tune, sing a different song. Lord, it makes me upset to see one of my friends here and the next day they are gone.
Okay, you all would like to elaborate on that?
I'm like, y'all be over here crying.
I know, right?
No, I just want to say the guy that was singing that song, his name is Cocaine, and he had twin boys, and they needed an operation. And I think Eazy gave him like over $20,000 so they can have an operation.
Wow, a good heart.
Yeah, he was one of the first rappers to start to do Make-A-Wish. Everything people doing now, he was like the first to do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's like he's the person that
It make
and then
you think though about time. It really makes you think because like even though Suge was evil allegedly, Suge was evil, money hungry, etc., as well as Dre allegedly, right? Do you think that it was a bigger person behind that to make it Dre or Suge do that?
nope.
Because you know the industry ain't just started to get wicked, right? It been wicked.
Damn it, but you gotta realize it was jealousy back then. They
Yeah.
two big fellas. They was jealous of that little man. I'm telling you, it was them two. You can't put Suge in it without adding Drake to it. They was together then.
Facts. And then see, look how Drayden came back and backstabbed Suge and came
Yeah.
back and collected on his ass.
But then too, you gotta look at Drake disappeared for years though. Everybody think he a dope producer. He ain't put out no good music because he ain't got nobody to steal from. Ain't nobody sending him music. He ain't got nobody to steal music from. That whole Chronic album was stolen basically from Above the Law. When Dre left Ruthless Records, he stole all Above the Law music.
Mm-hmm.
Jay, right? Did you hear about
Not
that?
only that, it's gonna get so deep.
I heard a rumor about that. I'm real familiar with Above the Law. I remember that. One of my favorite Above the Law albums came out in '96. That Time Will Reveal.
The deep cover stuff. That was 187 music. When Snoopy like 187 on the Undercover Cop. That wasn't their music. That was Above the Law music.
Which kind of makes sense. I remember
That
that.
they stole
That
when Dre went to Ruthless. Snoop and somebody back there stealing the reel, stealing the music.
Damn. You
And
brought
plus,
that up. Now, when you said that, because that was straight under the deep cover soundtrack. When you said Mr. 187 on your that would make that kind of makes sense though. That kind of makes sense. I'm not gonna lie to you.
That was a part of love music. He stole. Dre stole it when he left. He was working. They was working on it. When he left, he stole it. That's how the Chronic was done so fast. They stole music. Plus, when Dre left, he stole $300,000 from Ruthless Records. They don't talk about that though.
Even their asses that took them folks' whole music.
Why you think it took so long to detox? Detox ain't coming out. He ain't got no music. He ain't got nobody to steal from.
True. And then it's gonna get so deep to the point where it's gonna go even unto his wife. Like it's so many links now. Like I got so many links. Right? Like that's why I say keep. What you said about time?
If you look into that, okay, he said she was stealing from him, right?
That what he said, allegedly. That what he said.
He wasn't gonna settle with her, but why he settled with her for $100 million? But she was stealing from him.
He paid her off to shut up. She know too much.
Shut up. I wanna say how I know, but I don't want to go into that on here.
Yeah, but we gonna say allegedly, but yeah, he paid her off to shut the fuck up. She know what he did. She know all the secrets.
You know what the bone buried. That's why he paid her to go away. How you go from suing her because she stole $200,000 from you to settling with her for $100 million? After a phone call.
Mm-hmm.
After a phone call was made, he settled with this lady for $100 million.
Yep. Cause she knows too much.
Yeah,
and she probably threatened him.
And then Suge might not have been lying. He might have tried to have Suge picked off because Suge knows too much.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Then also I find it ironic how Suge ended up in jail. He may not never be in trouble for what he did, for what they did to Eazy, but look how life plays out. He got in trouble on the set that had something to do with him.
Facts. I mean, that was just his karma. That was his karma all them years that he done killed and did allegedly. He done killed and did what he did from 95, 96, 97, so forth. The list goes on. He just really was in the industry, D-boying and just doing what he wanted to do.
They like folks say he wouldn't have been sitting in the car while he had somebody shoot at Tupac. That's not true. Who was in the car with Big? Nobody else got shot in the car with him but the target.
Mm-hmm.
What's the chances of two good shooters like that to hit the target and nobody else? Any gangbangers is gonna shoot recklessly. He ain't gonna care who he hit.
Me
That
and Mr.
person, the
Jason, we
people
think,
they were that was a trained shooter in both cases.
yeah, and so we had watched it where they did they analyzed it and did the shooting at the car and all of that to see at the angle where they pulled up and shot it would should be a living person even after that.
And seeing the thing with Suge, if you take a look at it, look at 1995, 1996, 1997.
Yep.
Eazy died 95. Pac died
Pac
96.
96.
Biggie died 97.
97, yep.
Three major deaths in hip hop, and Suge linked all three at one degree or another.
They were.
Yep.
Tupac shot on Eazy's birthday.
Yep.
Mm.
And that was picked because he wanted Tupac to down Eazy's birthday to overshadow Eazy's birthday. I'm telling you, telling you,
That's right. You know what?
And Biggie got the same month he died.
Damn, you know what? I was so focused on the day Eazy died because it was September 13th, which ironically was Friday the 13th in Vegas.
Yep.
And
Tupac got September the 7th on Eazy's birthday. He died the 13th though.
Right. That's what I'm saying. He died on the 13th. That's I was focused on the day he died, which is September 13th.
Yeah, he got shot on the 7th.
But September the 7th, I actually forgot that was Eazy's birthday, September 7th.
And ain't that strange? Just find that kind of strange. And Big got killed in March, same month Eazy died.
Mm-hmm.
And that was 6 months. And that was 6 months after Pac died.
Yeah. Folks don't believe it though. He 95, 96, 97, he was dead.
Yeah,
that's why he was dead.
And seeing what gets me about Suge's story with Pac, he was talking about how Pac was trying to when the shooting was going on, Pac tried to jump up in the back seat. Since when does anybody jump up when bullets are flying?
He pulled him back down. No, he tried. It was said he tried to jump in the back seat, but Suge pulled him back over. Suge pulled him back down.
Yeah, the first instinct is to get down. You're not going to jump up when bullets are flying. And
no.
And see what really didn't set right with me was Pac got shot 4 times. Suge got grazed in the shoulder, took a shot grazed in the head or whatnot. I mean, and Suge was, correct me if I'm wrong, Suge was 6'3", 6'4", 320 pounds. Pac was 5'7", 5'8", 160. He was twice Suge was twice Pac's side. Pac got shot 4 times and Suge only got grazed.
And I'm not saying I know everything you say on TV ain't true, but if you watch Surviving Compton, when they were sitting on that couch watching the coverage of Tupac, that man ain't had no bandages on. She would have showed that if he was all bandaged up like he said he was. Y'all folks got to pay attention. He ain't had not damn bandage on.
Right.
And I believe she did that for he was trying to show folks shit. He was not bandaged up.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, he's talking about he got grazed. You ain't get grazed. Who's to say when they started shooting, he might have jumped his ass off the top.
Yeah. What got me was when they had that scene up in there, it was talking about how Pac got shot. How Suge at the house? How Suge sitting on the couch next to Michelle A?
But no, they were watching footage of it. They were watching the footage of it, I guess.
But the way the report sounded like it had just happened. And
He didn't have no bandage on his head, that's for sure. He wasn't bandaged up.
That's exactly. Not only did he have no bandage, I'm like, how the hell they show the car? He get popped, he gets shot, and he not at the scene. How he at the house?
And so was another video with a guy with a Reggie Wright, the spokesman security. It's a video of him leaving the hotel with the supposed shooter of Tupac. Why you with him?
Mm-hmm. See, there's a whole lot of strange stuff that's been going on around it. Just like with Pac's bodyguard Frank, that kind of looked like Christopher Williams.
Mm-hmm.
He was found dead in his ranch about 50, 60 miles outside of Los Angeles.
And the police too.
And he was found and he wrote a book called Got Your Back. My Life as Tupac's Bodyguard.
Yeah. Because he was talking, so they told him that night, don't carry no gun.
Right.
Why don't tell him that?
Yeah. But I remember when I heard that story and when I heard that Frankie died, I'm like, and they tried to make it seem like it was a suicide. Oh no, it wasn't no damn suicide.
Tupac wasn't the only one that jumped on that guy, so why was he the one he targeted?
See.
You see what I'm saying? He wasn't the only one that jumped on him. Everybody else that was in that line jumped on him too, so why didn't he go down the line spraying cars? I might be an overthinker or think too much of stuff. I don't believe anything. All of them jumped on that man, but he just wanted one particular person.
True, and that's the truth. Like, why did you not? Because a man angry nigga can spray up everything. They don't care who you is.
Exactly. All of them jumped on him.
And that car, like how they knew that he was in the exact car. Come on now.
And if you look at it, he didn't even have on the same clothes. They went and changed clothes. So where he follow y'all from? Go look at that video. Tupac had on a clean silk shirt. The night of that fight.
Shirt he had on.
Yep, a clean kind of little short sleeve, beige or white kind of shirt. But
and then he left the club, like he had a jersey on because they was at the Tyson fight.
Yeah, silk shirt. But when he got shot, he didn't have that same shirt on.
Then I had seen true that, and then I had received another link, right? And it was a link that somebody sent me, and that link about time at 3.52, or was it 3.52 or 3.42? I'm gonna have to bring it to y'all. Hey, this shit psyched out now.
Yeah, it's deeper than what it is, and why? And if you read the lyrics,
you said the link.
Huh?
I say yeah. I think you said. I say yeah. I think you said the link. If I'm not mistaken, you know which one I'm talking about.
What video was?
The one on Pop, man. I don't know.
Yeah, the September 7 video.
Yep, and at 3.52, you seen it, right?
Yeah. He was walking through that hotel by himself. He wasn't trying to be on camera, but when he met up with Suge, he stayed in the camera. Suge was rushing him off. If you really look at it, look at it. He was not trying to be on camera when he was by himself, but when he linked up with Suge, he was all in the camera, and they was rushing him to leave. Set up here to go down.
Mr. Bass, don't run it.
Eazy's life was brief and eventful. Born Eric Lynn Wright in 1964, Eazy-E changed the rap world. Seemingly nothing can touch the unassailable legacy of Eazy-E, the godfather of gangsta rap. Eric Wright, otherwise known as Eazy-E, was born in Compton, California, a dangerous place to come of age in the 80s. After dropping out of high school in the 10th grade, he reportedly became a drug dealer in order to survive. Wright's future manager, Jerry Heller, wrote in his memoir, "You had to have a role. You had to be thug, playa, athlete, gangsta, or dope man." In the mid-80s, Wright set up a makeshift music studio in the garage of his parents' home, where he made his first recordings. He formed Ruthless Records with Jerry Heller in 1986, partly funding the company with money he made from dealing drugs, according to Vibe. He soon began collaborating with two local musicians who would come to be known as Dr. Dre and Ice Cube.
As long as it's violence, it's gonna be rap music, gangster rap music, or whatever.
They called themselves NWA. In 1988, NWA's album Straight Outta Compton went double platinum and pulled gangsta rap into the public spotlight.
But despite being banned in many places, NWA sold 3 million copies of their Straight Outta Compton album.
The rap group gained more infamy after the FBI issued NWA's distributor a warning letter after the release of The Police. Controversy followed NWA like a shadow. A few members faced criminal charges in the early 90s, including Dr. Dre, who became embroiled in a legal scandal after attacking rap artist and TV personality Dee Barnes, then a host of a rap show, in 1991.
They grabbed me by my hair and started slamming me up against the wall.
Dre also submitted to house arrest after assaulting a record producer and a police officer. Meanwhile, Eazy-E found another way to court criticism. In 1991, he attended a fundraising lunch for then-President George H.W. Bush and even donated to his cause.
Before the Republicans realized it was all a computer foul-up, Eazy-E just sent in the money and was made an official member.
Basically, what I did is I paid $1,500 for $1 million worth of press.
NWA didn't last. In 1989, Ice Cube left the group after a dispute about royalties. The rap group continued releasing music without him, with several tracks attacking Ice Cube for his perceived betrayal. Cube responded in turn, criticizing NWA, Jerry Heller, and Eazy on a number of solo tracks, most notably on No Vaseline. In 1992, Dre also became unhappy with Ruthless Records. He and fellow NWA member, the DOC, left to join Suge Knight's label, Death Row Records.
Suge tried to destroy my record company with the help of others, Dre.
Only 6 years after Eazy had started NWA, the rap group was over.
What happened with NWA? Basically, the breakup, I think it was like egos. I don't know.
As early as 1994, Eazy began experiencing the symptoms of an apparent bout of asthma. It wasn't until early 1995, however, that he finally checked himself into the Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. To his surprise, the doctors diagnosed him with AIDS.
A hardcore rapper who celebrates sex, crime, and violence in his music is in a hospital tonight with AIDS.
Eazy's condition worsened quickly. Knowing the end was near, he issued a statement to fans, warning them to, quote, learn about what's real when it comes to AIDS, and signing off with a final message. Just remember, it's your real time and your real life. In 2016, his son, Lil Eazy-E, recalled his father's final moments in an interview with Vlad TV.
I went to see him and really more so just him kind of crying and me crying. So, you know what I mean? It was no more words.
He took all of that street knowledge and hustling on the streets and brought it over to this thing that we was doing, you know what I'm saying? And super smart, creative.
Eric Wright's spirit lives on in his 7 children, including his daughter, rap artist E.B. Wright, who began working on a documentary about her father's life in 2013. In 2015, she told the website Dad's Hot,
yeah, I mean, I'm just pretty much going to touch on every little thing that people want to know about and things that people don't even know that they want to know about yet. It's going to be very jaw-dropping, absolutely.
That same year, Eazy-E was the subject of the Oscar-nominated film Straight Outta Compton, which charted the rise of NWA and was dedicated to Eazy. Actor Jason Mitchell portrayed him in the film.
Not only do I get to rehumanize him, but I also get the ultimate challenge as an actor to really embody that person.
Check out one of our newest videos right here. Plus, even more grunge videos about your favorite artists are coming soon. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell so you don't miss a single one.
You might not have guessed that Eazy-E, Eric Wright is his real name, would be among this group of well-off Republicans who paid $1,250 to become members of something called the Republican Inner Circle, who were waiting in line today to hear Law and Order man George Bush at a private members-only reception. Whatever else all this means, Eazy-E says he thinks it's cool, and it does seem to underline one truth that applies to politicians of both parties these days. If you've got the money, they've got the time.
You're working on the Chronic. Should I pull up the track listing on the Chronic?
Okay.
Dre Day?
No, the dog.
Let Me Ride?
RBX, Little DOC.
The Day the N-words take over?
Don't that sound like this?
That's you? Nothing But a G Thing?
Me and the dog.
Oh, man. Nothing But a G Thing was like an atom bomb when it dropped.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was a good one.
These Nuts was a song.
Yeah.
Is that you?
Yeah, I think I'm in there somewhere.
Little Ghetto Boy?
Yeah.
N-word with a Gun?
Yeah.
Rat-a-tat-tat?
Yeah.
20 Sack Pyramid, you did that was you in the skit. Lyrical Gangbang?
No, that's all the crew, the young ones, but I help them.
High Powered?
No, that's RBX.
Stranded on Death Row?
No, that's the crew again.
The Roach?
No,
that's an outro. Yeah. Bitches Ain't Shit?
Yeah.
Oof.
Dre's verse.
Yeah.
I'm always, man, I was all over that record. Wow.
The Chronic comes out. Goes through the roof.
Right.
Depending on who you talk to, there is a segment of the population that says that this is the greatest hip hop album ever made.
You know, there's a whole different, Death Row created a whole different sound.
The crazy thing about the Chronic is that when we did Black Mafia Life, the Chronic wasn't even invented. Now people heard, now everybody heard Black Mafia Life. Then a lot of stuff, theories that end up coming on the Chronic.
Okay.
Right?
And that's the G-Funk discrepancy.
What do you mean G-Funk discrepancy?
Well, when I was at Ruthless, I came up with G-Funk.
The name.
My crew came up with the whole vision of G-Funk. The whole, it was our sound, basically. Okay. And then when the Chronic drops, it turns into where Snoop and Warren and all those guys was over there, and they were highly influenced by what we were doing. A couple of the ideas ended up on a Chronic record that was on Black Mafia Life.
Watch my back, 'cause I remember the days when I really wasn't paid before my 6-bedroom house in my living made. I used to roll trick dice in the corners with Go Mac when it was me. Total chaos in that G cellar.
And pass the bud and stay low key, BG, cause you lost all your homies' love. Now call it what you want to. You fucked with me, now it's so much that I fuck with you. I might as well make a whole holler. What all the niggas saying? Hell yeah.
And I'm just out the lag, and you don't wanna fuck with me. I'm not bragging, I'm just out the lag, and you don't wanna fuck with me. Show your ride, check it out. Y'all motherfuckers just been rent. So check this out. I'm not flagging, but I'm just sagging. I bet you don't wanna see the D-O double G. And you can't see the D-O to the E on my motherfucking homie D-O.
But the thing of it is that we say as above the law and cocaine, we always say just give us ours. Don't count us out of the history of hip hop.
Yeah. That's
all. Okay. But that's the only thing that made our relationship a little strange. But shoot, right after me and him discussed it and talked about it, we was back to 100%.
I'm gonna tell y'all one thing that I know for a fact. And rest in peace, Eazy-E. One thing about Eric told me one day, I thought Andre did all the music, all the beats. All right, whoop. You know what Eric told me? People send out demos in. Andre redo them. We redo the raps.
Yeah.
That's the song.
All right.
I took that same get down. So basically I took it from Eazy. It did the same shit. I took it from Eazy and took it to another level.
Is there any Dr. Dre beat or any Daz Dillinger beat that gets confused for a Dr. Dre beat a lot?
I did Ain't No Fun. I did slew of songs, Rat-a-tat-tat. I mean, you know, a bunch of songs I probably just got programmed drum, programmer, something like that on that. Little Ghetto Boy, you know, the strings, I put them in there. You know, just Dr. Dre just showed us, you know, how to put it together.
I was the guy who would go and dig and bring the records back. I would go.
So you was
dig.
looking for the breaks. You was looking for the drums. You was
like Let Me Ride. The one little part, the that was in there, and that that was in there too. Dre took that shit. I was like, listen to this, Andre. He heard it. He was like, that's dope. He took it and he did his magic to it. And I was like, damn. Yeah. You know, it was like that with, you know, with a lot of the records, like the doom, doom, boom. That's a little sample that's right. It was the same record that at the Cube used it. Dun, dun, make the world.
Oh yeah, that's
it's on that same record.
In your experience, you being in the room, how much did Warren G contribute idea wise that Dre then took and turned into something else, and that was just part of you paying your dues?
A lot of the damn near the whole Chronic, you know, I contributed, but it was
a collective
team effort, you
Right.
know. It was incredible. I even like on Stranded on Death Row, I was like, man, listen to this. It was that Isaac Hayes that
yeah, in the beginning, yeah.
I said, listen to this. He took that and put the Keep On Moving drums up under it. I was like, boom, boom, blah. That's it. Oh my God. I was like, this dude is incredible.
So there was an incident that actually happened in the Solar Records building with George and Linwood Stanley.
Mhm.
Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I can tell you what I know. So, you know, they're in the building. We're paying all the bills. We get a phone bill that was something like, I want to say $8,000. So Griffey calls Suge in and he says, look at this bill. This is ridiculous. If you can't get those knuckleheads down there to stop using the phone, I'm going to throw you out. That night, Suge comes into the building, you know, and one of the Stanley brothers was on the phone. He asked the guy to get off the phone. And so he tells Suge, he didn't know who Suge really was. He said, hey, look, I'm want to get Dre's guest. Go talk to him. And Suge said, I don't talk to him. I run this. He said, man, go leave me alone. They were actually there to try and get Dre, who by then is becoming known as a hit producer, to do something for them. So Suge apparently goes out, goes back downstairs to his car, gets a gun, comes back, puts the gun to his head, and says, motherfucker, I told you to get off the phone. So then he hangs up the phone. Suge brings him into the studio and has everybody, you know, people from the rehearsal, said, I want you all to come in here. And he said, this is what's going to happen if you use that phone. He tells the guy, take off his clothes. And he says, I'm not taking off my clothes. So then he shoots the gun he has by the guy's ear. Then he has a guy undress and he says, could fuck you up, but I'm not going to do that. But I know where you live. I got your driver's license. I know where your mama lives. And this is just a lesson for all of you all. If you use that phone, I'm going to fuck you up. So then he tells the Stanley brothers to get out. So the guy leaves the studio, goes downstairs, hails a cop car, and files a criminal complaint. That led to an assault case, criminal case being filed against Suge.
Okay.
Assault and battery. And then I got more details because the Stanley brothers also filed a civil lawsuit. So that was Suge's first criminal case. And so that was the start of what ended up putting him in jail, because it was later when he had the fight in Vegas, that was a violation of his probation.
Of that fight probation.
That's correct.
Okay. In one of your interviews, you said that once Suge started, you know, things started to build, he started to get a reputation.
But what it was an interesting thing for me to watch from the outside, when Suge first took over and started running Death Row, he would call up people trying to get meetings, nobody meet with him. as his reputation as a gangster grew. Everybody wanted to meet with him, you know. And you know that had its impact on him and his ego. He was still in the Interscope building in Westwood, and that's where I went to see him. He had a big red carpet and stuff, and I told him, you know, you're getting this reputation that people are afraid of you, you know. He said, yeah, isn't that great?
Well, you said at one point, Suge started hiring gang members.
He did.
And he kind of became the boss of that gang.
Yeah, what he did is he put the word out in the street. If you're coming home, you need a job, come see me.
During that time of Death Row, you talked about it being so bad in the studio sometimes that shots would ring out sometimes. You said I'm sure if anyone got shot, but were you saying how fights would be commonplace?
Well,
the gang element was there?
It was pretty bad.
I was just going through too much in that time, and I couldn't hold on, you know. And so, and then when the gangbang shit got really over the top, and it was just, oh my God, you know, it was just a bad place to be.
Well, I remember there was this line from Eazy-E on Compton City G's where he said, "But Dre Day made Eazy's payday." So ultimately, Eazy ended up profiting from the Chronic and other projects.
Yeah, it's like 25%, 20%, something like that.
Eazy got 25% of the Chronic, but him and Dre were no longer cool.
No, when partners, and those was like this.
So they were super
tight.
close before.
Oh, brothers. When we worked on Live Like Hustlers, it was only 3 people at the studio besides the brother-in-law. It was Law, Dre, and Eazy. You know what I'm saying?
So Dre and
Every
Eazy,
day.
Dre and Eazy went from being brothers to
Arch
songs like
enemies.
Yeah, to songs like Dre Day coming out
and Real Motherfucking G's.
How close were you with Eazy during, by this time?
Oh, really, really close. I was a
Super close.
liaison at Ruthless Records at that time. You know, I worked on 2 records with him, 5150 and its own Dr. Dre, the one with Real Motherfucking G's on it.
Oh, so you actually dissed?
I didn't diss. I just worked on the album.
Did you actually produce?
No, because Rhythm D produced that.
Okay, Rhythm D produced.
Yeah.
Okay. So how did you end up hooking up with Eazy?
Well, basically, like I had a reputation for, in the neighborhood, like the local LA area for rapping. My brother was in California Youth Authority, Dressed to the Gangster. He was in Youth Authority, and his reputation kind of spread throughout the youth, the Youth Authority or whatever.
What a lot of people don't know is that I was already like preparing a lot of things before I left Youth Authority. I helped start a media production program in Youth Authority where I was learning editing and dealing with toasters and dealing, because this is something I wanted to do. I already filmed my first rap videos and stuff, and I'm the first person in Youth Authority to do these things. I made the front page of LA Times for doing these things. You know what I mean? So I was only out for 3 months. Within 3 months, I had already been to the studio, met with E. He asked me, what I heard what was going on and this and that. I said, yeah, you know what I'm saying? And he said, man, well, I got this record, let's listen to this record, listen to the beat. He said, man, you gonna write something for me? I said, yeah, I can write something for you, man. He said, man, you gonna be on it with me? I said, yeah, man, I'll write something for you. So I took the track home, we set up there. Next day, came back.
My brother came home later that night. He was like, I was in the studio with Eazy. I'm like, yeah. He was like, yep. He had songs written that they already did and everything. So I was like, wow. He was like, we going tomorrow, so you better be around. So the next day I went. They was doing Real Compton City G's. My brother, wrote the song, arranged it, wrote him and Eazy's verse and all this.
Okay, so Drayster actually wrote Eazy's
Drayster
part.
was the writer, and he was the whole person behind the concept, because what it was Eazy would tell us stories about, Dre, Death Row, all these things, and that's how he came up with the lyric. So in the process of them recording the song, the part that I rapped on, they don't know how the beat got extended right there. So everybody was like, what happened right here, And I'm just sitting back like, shit, I don't know, you know what I mean? So after they was trying to figure it out, somebody looked over at me and they was like, you go try something. Went in the studio, I went in the booth, bust all these old raps that I had, and they was like, nah, because I guess it wasn't fitting with the concept. Yeah. So I'm like, man, give me some more weed. Somebody brought me some weed, we smoked it, and I just freestyled that verse. And they was recording everything that I was doing, I didn't know.
Okay.
So when they recorded it, they was like, "That's it." They told me to come out, write it down, try to make it better or whatever, and that's really how it happened.
Dre Day was already out.
Right.
How was Eazy sort of feeling in the studio about this whole situation?
It was never even a thought. Like he didn't care about that, man. Like,
but he was doing a diss record.
Yeah, I mean, of course, because you got to understand, Eazy's a smart man. You know what I'm saying? And he always was looking for a way to gain something from publicity.
I mean, Eric was a real motherfucker. This non gang motherfuckers perspective that he was the gang from Compton.
Yeah.
Like, okay, and he was like, I don't even know Snoop.
Snoop was a little young cat that, Dre, he ended up riding with Dre or whatever. And, like Snoop, we did all our research and homework on him, and nobody could vouch for him for all the stuff he was talking. You know what I'm saying? Like being a gangster from Long Beach and all this. Nobody knew this cat.
He knew, like, okay, I know Dre is a cool musical dude, but he not what he's saying.
Right.
He won't do nothing to me, basically, is what he's saying. Like, and I don't even know who this other dude is. He from Long Beach. Yeah. You know what I mean? And that was his take on it.
Okay.
He gave a fuck, but he didn't really give a fuck because Eazy was like, I'm gonna get back at him. You know?
And he did the Real Compton City G.
Exactly.
So I think that was like, you know what I mean? Because you got to think about it. The album was called It's On Dr. Dre 187 Killer. Right. It was already done. It was already slated to come out. But when we made Real Motherfucking G's, he was like, fuck that. This got to go on the album. Because remember that one song, well, if it's on, motherfucker, then it's on. That was supposed to be the single. So when we made that one, he was like, nah, this the one. And then he know me and my brother, we had street cred from the hood. So he was like, fuck that, we gonna roll with this. But as far as talking about Dre, thinking about, it wasn't really like, he wasn't sweating it. He was thriving off, what he can make from it. But it wasn't like he was sweating. He was getting paid from it. Why would he be mad about it?
All right, so you guys do the video. You dropped the video. What was the reaction after that?
It was so crazy. I was in high school. You got to imagine. I'm in high school in the 12th grade.
So did the song come out before the video or did it come out at the same time?
No, the video came out first, I believe. Nobody ever heard the song. And this was the crazy part. Like people, when we was filming the video and the song is playing through the little speaker, people was going crazy. Like, and they like so many people gravitated towards it. Like, and that's why you see all those people in the video, because people just start, I guess the initial people who came, everybody started calling people, come up here, come up here. And the video was crazy. I think it was a 5-day shoot. We was all throughout Compton, all in my neighborhood. And it was a wild time.
Then I hope that your fans understand when you talk about spraying me. The same records that you're making is playing me. Motherfuck Dre, motherfuck Snoop, motherfuck Death Row. Yo, and here comes my left blow. Cause I'm the Eazy, and this is the season to let the real motherfucking G's
in. Murder was the case that they gave me. Murder was the case that they gave me. I'm fresh about my coma. I got my mama and my daddy and my homies in my corner. It's gonna take a miracle, they say, for me to walk again and talk again. But anyway, I get running some keys to get back on my feet. And everything that brother said came to reality.
On the Chronic, we was just help putting it together. Right. On the Doggy Style, we actually created and put it together. Instead of Dre taking our ideas and putting it down, that's when we was just all learning from the first album. Then in Doggy Style, and Murder Was the Case, that's when I started producing everything. I was learning right up on doing that, you know what I mean?
To ask you a question, Dre, how would you like, if I put on the record, Mr. Potato Head, thanks to Mr. Potato Head, how would you like that? You know what I'm saying? And never get no recognition throughout the whole wide world. You know what I'm saying? Just a couple of handshakes at the bar, you know what I'm saying? We're alone, but as far as the worldwide credibility, why couldn't it be Emmanuel Dean instead of Pork Chop? That's what I would have really loved, you know what I mean? But I know I did Gin and Juice, you know what I'm saying? And I know Dr. Dre cannot play any music. He definitely made the beat, and you know what I mean? But I mean, as far as the music was concerned, he watched, and I definitely did what I had to do, you know, and I asked him for credit and money, and when he said for what, I already had a publishing deal the day before offered to me by NY, so I let him answer the way he wanted to answer. And when he said, "For what?" I said, "Okay, cool." Right then and there, I was like, "Okay, I'm going to go with EMI." So the next day, I came back to him and I told him, "You know what? It was on Tuesday. It was Monday when I talked to him. It was Tuesday the next day when I came back to him. I said, Friday's my last day." And you know what I mean? I think I made about probably $5,000 or $6,000 working with him. And I did Gin and Juice, and I did Snoop Doggy Dogg on the second day I knew Dr. Dre. The second day I knew him, I did Snoop Doggy Dogg. I didn't get a platinum record. Hey, yo, Dre, I never got a platinum record or nothing from Death Row Records, man.
Who made the track for Gin and Juice?
My homeboy Emmanuel Ding. You know what I mean? He played all the keyboards and all the melodies. And, you know what I mean? And Dr. Dre, he came up with the drums, but should have gave him some credit to some of them motherfuckers.
What other song did he
What's
do?
my name? All that all that shit, you know what I mean? All that keyboard shit, that's Emmanuel.
What's the motherfucking name? Yeah.
I've come to LA to meet the creator of the most anticipated rap album of all time. Snoop Doggy Dogg's album, Doggy Style, has already sold advanced orders of 2 million. Released last Monday, it sold out immediately and is the first debut album ever to enter the charts at #1. All this from the ex-Crip drug dealer who's currently on $1 million bail on a charge of accessory to murder.
Despite what Snoop says, there's 63 references to bitches on Doggy Style, but it's the 70 references to guns and killing that's given ammunition to those who insist gangster rap glorifies violence. He's now set to become the most successful rap artist of all time, and although he's added a new soulful tip to gangster rap, his pedigree shows that he hasn't always been this mellow.
You have actually been inside for 3 years. What did you think you learned from that experience? A whole lot of shit that you can't experience on the streets. It's rarely unexplainable. I can't explain it to you. You'd have to go there yourself and see. And this, I'm not telling you to do no shit to get in that position, but if you fuck around and do that types of shit, it's gonna happen.
But Snoop's still in trouble with the law. On the 3rd of September this year, he was arrested on the way to the MTV Video Music Awards. The charge, accessory to murder. Snoop's pleading not guilty, but his lawyers are refusing to let him talk about the case. He's still on the LAPD's most wanted list, even if it only is for an autograph.
Snoop Doggy Dogg, the man who made gangster rap mainstream, stands accused of murder. His first album, Doggy Style, boasted 2 million in advanced orders. It sold out as soon as it hit the shops and was the first album to enter the US charts at #1. Like many rappers, Snoop's sales success has gone hand in hand with his brushes with the law. Also on Rap Row is Snoop's own producer, Dr. Dre, sentenced to house arrest following charges of battery, and Tupac Shakur awaiting trial for the alleged shooting of 2 off-duty cops and for sexual assault. Snoop's accused of the murder of 25-year-old Philip Walder Merriam, who was shot in a gangland shootout in West LA. Snoop claims it was self-defense. However, Snoop's lawyer does admit that McKinley Lee, Snoop's bodyguard, did shoot the bullet and Snoop was driving the car. Under American law, Snoop could face 15 years to life imprisonment. Mysteriously, whilst awaiting trial, Snoop appeared in a slickly produced 18-minute film, Murder Was the Case, showing him involved in a shooting in which he returns fire on his assailants in self-defense. His record company told us yesterday that the film bears no relation to any real events.
What really changed with Suge from, you know, at the time that you guys are working on The Chronic to when The Chronic started to really blow up, and then Doggy Style started to blow up, and then the Dog Pound blew up, and, you know, like project after project after project, we're going platinum, multi-platinum.
A little ego, you know. When we first began this venture, we was all brothers and sisters, you know, with Jewel and Rage and the whole, we was all trying to get this together. And we went from being family to, oh, these is my artists. Everybody, you know, catered to his needs and his whims and whatnot, make him feel a certain kind of way, I guess. Do that, ride that wave, homie, but understand that we the ones that put you in that position, because without this music, you wouldn't have nothing to go in there and sell them for them to give you that money for you to be walking around like that.
In a different interview, you said he's not a street tough. He's a wannabe. He
Yeah.
created an image, but in terms of the mentality, the hardness, he doesn't have it.
He doesn't. He was never, he's a big guy, but he wasn't what I would consider to be a criminal. I know criminals.
Did you guys know Suge?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
no. The only time we ever run into Death Row, we got nominated for a Billboard Award. So they had at the Universal Amphitheater. The very first time we went, it was only 7 of us. You know how Suge used to roll. He had like 300 people with him. I'm itching to see Das, Corrupt, anybody, Snoop. So when we get inside, I see Dre, Suge, DOC, all them are in the front row of the place. Nate Dogg, Das, Corrupt, all them, they sitting probably about 5 seats behind us.
Okay.
So when they showed us where we sitting at, I'm like, forget that. I jumped up. I walked up there. I started gangbanging on all like Daz and Corrupt. And I'm like, what's up with that 90 Block Crip? Like, Nate Dogg was the only dude who stood up. He had a hockey mask on, so I didn't even know who the fuck he was. But he stood up in the seat, like Long Beach, he gangbanging. I'm like, come out, and I'm telling him to come out. You know what I'm saying? Like, come out the road. What's happening? Whoa. So some people seen it. They try to stop it. I go back and sit down. The award ceremony happened, and then they had an intermission. So I see Suge. Eazy went up to go meet somebody. You know, it was a bunch of celebrities, so everybody shaking hands. So Eazy was talking. I see Suge kind of trying to press Eazy. So me and my brother jumped up, ran up there, like, what's happening? Suge was like, yeah, outside. We're going to see what's happening outside. Then Mike Conception, you know who he is?
Yeah, I know who he is.
Mike Conception was there deep with a bunch of OG Crip dudes. They seen what was going on, and they was like, Suge, ain't nothing popping up in here, homie. Like, whoop. So Suge kind of backed up. He was like, all right, outside. We'll see what happened when we get outside. So after the award ceremony, we had 2 homies with us. They came back to the hood. They brought straps for everybody. So we went outside. Everybody was strapped up. So we got outside. We like, Suge, what's happening? Like, I thought you was going to do something when we get outside. He was like, man, I ain't tripping on that shit. It's like, all right.
Did you ever run into him again?
Yeah. Ran into him. We was at this club called the Glam Slam. Prince used to own this one club downtown LA.
That's the first time I ever met Suge. And this was an MC Ren performance in Death Row that came in, and Real Cop City G just started hitting the box, right?
And I remember we was backstage. We probably had 5 minutes to come out. And I think somebody from above the law ran back there. Suge them outside. Suge them outside. We leaving.
A lot of folks, and I don't speak on no names and all that, but a lot of folks was running around. Hey man, y'all watch out. Man, Suge them in here, man. Y'all, what the fuck is wrong with you niggas? Man? Watch out.
They actually boned out.
And a lot of people was leaving and all kinds of shit. I said, man, where they at? He said, oh, they over by the bar, man. And walk, man. So I walk, I look behind me. All these dudes is walking behind me.
So me and my brother, the funny thing is my brother, one of my brother's cousins was one of his bodyguards. So when we get out there, my brother, like we looking for Suge. He's at the bar, him and Dr. Dre at the bar, like leaning on the bar, like 3 bodyguards is protecting them. And I guess my brother cousin seen him and he grabbed my brother, what's up? They hugging and whatever. My brother, like, we want to holler at Suge, because Suge had a rumor that he was going to slap us when he seen us, supposedly, from what people were saying. So he was like, come on. He took us over there. He was like, Suge, what's happening? You supposed to slap us, homie? Like when you see us, you know what I mean? He was like, nah, man, I love y'all little niggas. I want y'all to sign a Death Row.
Suge said he wanted to sign y'all to Death Row?
He tried to. He kept sending people for me. Like it was some dude that used to play football. He was like a ex-NFL player. And he used to send a dude with a check with $50,000. Like he used to pop up everywhere I was at.
Suge was really trying to talk us into coming to Death Row, doing the Eazy disc record and fucking with Death Row.
I think it was a setup.
And we wouldn't do it. I mean, he sent checks and I sent them back. So I don't get down like that.
Oh, really?
You know what I mean?
Big checks?
Definitely.
50 grand.
50 grand. It wasn't, you know.
You sent a 50 grand check back.
I sent it back.
Yeah, we
Because-
both did.
My mama, we both did.
You were
Yeah,
loyal
check
to Eazy-E.
Yeah.
That's dope.
Yeah, like
Okay.
you know, like we can talk business,
we
but I
was
wasn't
broke
gonna
too,
do it
so.
based on coming to try to trash Eazy-E legacy. I wouldn't feel to do that, you know,
Nah,
because that ain't what it should have been about. It should have been about confidence.
Dre said, you discovered Bone Thugs and Harmony?
I can't say, I'm gonna keep it all the way funky, right? It wasn't like I basically discovered. They were already someone that heard them perform outside.
Now, how did the initial meeting with Eazy-E get set up?
We was able to contact him at his office. He was on tour at the time, so the secretary that was working there like promised that as soon as he got back or whatnot, she would put us in contact with him, and that's what happened. We called there and left a message, several messages, and Eazy ended up calling. He actually ended up calling us back, and at that point we auditioned for him and shared some lyrics with him. And then
after we rapped, he was like, he was kind of blown away, and we can tell he was, because after we rapped the first time, he went and put us on speakerphone so we could do the same thing to, I guess, everybody who was in the office at the time. And when we went to Cleveland and finally met him, we somehow snuck to the dressing room, blended in with his entourage after he got off stage.
We were at this arena that you can't get into this arena without being there, especially backstage. You know what I mean? So, and it was so locked down that security wouldn't even allow them to bring them backstage.
Right.
So they asked me to come join some rappers I want you to come listen to, you know, because this was basically the role I played in Ruthless and with Eazy at that moment. I was the guy that he sent the talent to. You know what I'm saying? So when I went outside to listen, I like what I heard, and it was different. You know what I mean? And so I took them backstage with me to the dressing room, and I told Eazy, you know, they just rap, I need you to listen to them, you know, and from there went from there.
Okay, now how does four unknown dudes manage to sneak backstage and into Eazy-E's dressing room? Because that's not easy to do. I mean, especially with security and with Eazy being as high profile as he is.
Well, it was our city. We knew a few people there, and determination shit. We had to get back there. Mm-hmm. For real.
So it was like y'all ain't taking no for an answer. Y'all getting backstage.
Pretty much. For real. We met him outside the dressing room, and he was like, "It's y'all the dudes that I talked to on the phone?" And we was like, "Yeah." And right there, we just started talking. He gave us the number to his hotel and the address and wanted us to come up there. So after the show, we went to the hotel, and he came out and he was like, so what y'all trying to do with this? Is y'all trying to make a career out of this? We was like, man, yes, we ready to leave right now. We ain't got no luggage to take. We ain't got shit to bring. Let's go. And then he paid for us to get back to California like the next day.
So bam, right? So this happened. This is 94, right? We get back to LA. And we toured like throughout the year periodically, right? And so every time we would come back, I would ask E, like, "Hey, what's up with them Cleveland dudes?"
Yeah, he was
like,
hiding them from us.
Boom, whatever their name is. Like, so he would act like he didn't know for a minute, and then one day he was like, "Oh, they here."
Yeah.
I'm like, "What you mean they here?" He was
Yeah.
like, "Yeah, I got them in a hotel over here
on Western."
And we've been ever since that day. We never really separated. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
You and Eazy, I guess what, hooked up in the hotel room and so forth. He flew y'all to LA, and then what happens?
We immediately started working on the first EP, Creeping on the Come Up, which took us only like a week and some change to wrap up and have it completely mixed and mastered in like 2 weeks. It only took like a few days to record the 6 songs that are on there, 7 songs that are on there. And it was wrapped up real quick in like 2 weeks, and it was out by the summer.
When you guys got signed and started working on your album, like how many of those songs were kind of, more or less completed, rough ideas, etc.?
I would say, I would say about 98%. Even and not to mention that was just the EP.
Right.
Even the songs that you heard on Eternal, the album after that, we had all that already pre-written because we used to write them every day. So we basically had our albums done in our head. We had the ideas, the whole image, the concepts, and everything. They were done. All we were missing was the beats.
Okay. And where was Ruthless Records at this time? Like, had everyone from NWA left at this point except for Yella and Ren?
Ren was, pretty much. Eazy was working with a variety of different artists at that time. Black Eyed Peas was one of them. And that he was that we
At Band Clan at that time.
At Band Clan. Yeah, Above the Law. So they was kind of like doing okay. But when Eazy-E got his hands on us, he pretty much put everything that he was doing over there, Ruthless, on ice to focus on us.
So The Chronic comes out. Ruthless Records sort of had a resurgence with Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Yeah.
That did well. And then Eazy got sick.
Right. When we did the deal with Relativity, the 2 biggest records we had was the Bone record and Above the Law, Uncle Sam's Curse. Those were the 2 biggest records we had. And we was making a resurgence because we just made a big deal with Relativity. and things were going smooth. We was back in stride. And right then, that's when the whole demise came about. And he did talk to Dre, because when he got back from New York from meeting with Ice Cube, he met me at my studio because we was putting together a California video for Above the Law. He said, I talked to Cube, and I'm gonna talk to Dre, and we thinking about putting NWA back together. So we want everybody to just be on point and be ready to roll, next year.
We was with Eazy when he bumped into Ice Cube in New York, where we at right now at the Club Tunnel. So that was real cool to see that and see them shake hands and, really squash it right then and there and talk about doing stuff together in the future. Unfortunately, that never came to be because, he died shortly after that.
With us having a resurgence, and then Dre because that's kind of like when Death Row was about to taper off. It's about to be like some, you can kind of, with all the stuff that was swirling around at that point, he was like, it's like, what do you think you do? He's like, yeah, I think so, and it's hard. He just felt that way, but unfortunately, he got really sick.
And Dre agreed to do it also.
Yeah, I mean, he said I was at the point when he first got back from New York and was gonna talk to Dre, so I know he talked to him because he told me that he was gonna talk to him.
I had met with him a few months before he died at a club, and we talked about getting back together. At the time, our feud had died down, and it was, him and Dre was still at odds. So I was like, yo, if you can get Dre to do it, I'm down. I'm ready.
Now, I actually had a conversation with Eazy before he passed away. I think I was on a video set. I don't remember which one it was, but somebody just randomly came up and handed me a cell phone and said, you guys should talk, right? So I got on the phone and it was Eric. And, we started talking about the mistakes we had made in the past and, potentially getting back together and making another record. And I was like, okay, I'm with it. And, and then what happened.
Did you see it coming at all? Was he, how they kind of show him coughing and everything else like that, or not really?
Not really. I mean, because he always was kind of coughy and wheezely because he had, some kind of like bronchial problem or something.
Okay.
And this had to be, this was probably later that, it was in the winter, I want to say, when he had got back from New York or something like that. And I was like, but shoot, we rolled up, blew a couple. He seemed normal to me. He wasn't coughing crazy or didn't look sick to me. Looked pretty solid to me. But, hey, I guess you never know. I mean, but I didn't see any sign.
I look at real shit. I don't look at the other shit. If it wasn't for Eric, if it wasn't for Jerry Heller, people were in Eric's ear saying, well, Jerry's stealing. Everything that's been in the tabloids and all that bullshit, Jerry's stealing. And it got to the point where Eric had to find out for himself.
When he started, really everybody around him started being really unhappy. Then he started questioning what Jerry was doing. Like after just a few people stayed, the Ren, Yella, us, Cocaine, and we really weren't happy with how Jerry was doing stuff.
Okay.
To be honest with you. We liked him, we thanked him, but like I said earlier, I just think we should let the GM go.
So you remember when Jerry got fired?
Yeah, I remember leading up to it. I don't really know the physical moment, but I remember leading up to it.
Okay. Was Eazy telling you, I'm going to fire
Jerry? Oh, yeah, definitely. For sure.
Which was a big move for him because Jerry got him his first deal.
Yeah, he started replacing people. Different people started coming in. It was coming.
What a lot of people don't know is like we came in a transition point of Ruthless Records. We were even there, the same secretary that had Eazy call us back. We went to the office one day to pick up some money, and she was like, y'all wait right here because Jerry is not so happy in the office right now. And he was like, she was like, y'all just wait right here because Eazy just fired him.
Right.
And we was like, damn. He started bringing all new people in. I guess he found out it was some underhanded, shady business going on up under his nose that he didn't know about.
Okay. Did you talk to Jerry after he was let go?
No, I didn't. I didn't ever, because I think it's funny because when their relationship started getting really weird, Eric was like, he's going to do it, but he didn't never really say when or what, and then it's kind of like, we just didn't see Jerry no more.
Okay.
No, I mean, it's like, we just didn't see him no more. We didn't talk to him. We didn't, and then he got sick.
what happened was there was a letter that was drafted that Eazy signed that was sent to Jerry's house. That's how Jerry was fired. Jerry and Eazy weren't talking at the end at all. I was the go-between. Jerry was still running the company, but Eazy would sign all the contracts, sign all the checks, and so Jerry would, because he was the best businessman out of everybody. He knew the music business better than anybody, and he kept things rolling. So I was kind of the go-between.
There was a situation with some guys from the Nation of Islam that came to the office one day when we happened to all be there. And they walked in the office unannounced. Nobody know they're coming. And Jerry was sitting in Eazy's office talking. And they just went to the door and was like, "We need to talk to you right now." So I'm reading the magazine. I'm looking, I'm like, the fuck? They go inside the conference room. They was in there for probably about 2 hours. Came back out. And after that, I think Eazy started looking at his books real carefully. He kind of he was showing me and Donovan Smith. Donovan Smith was the guy who owned the studio that they recorded at in Torrance. And he was showing us papers like money missing, Jerry threatening to sue him after he fired him and all these different types of things. So my discrepancy with Jerry came around that time. That's when I kind of felt like maybe Jerry had something to do with him dying so fast. That's how I felt. The more and more information I gathered, I found out that he didn't.
What do you think about the people that would suggest that your cousin Jerry had something to do with Eazy? Well, I always say follow the money. Eazy owned the company. Eazy was our Barry Gordy. Jerry was his manager, and Jerry managed it. Jerry could have owned half of Ruthless and didn't do it. So, people that think Jerry's stolen this stuff, Jerry could have had 50% of Ruthless, but that's not how, it was set up, and Eazy was always the boss. See, Mike Klein also, he went from head of security to business affairs for Eazy, head of business affairs. So he kind of worked his way in with Eric. He was a badass guy, and so Eazy really liked him, and so Klein, the way I saw it, Klein started wedging Jerry out of the picture, and Tamika was wedging Jerry out of the picture. One day, Jerry has checks and contracts, and I mean, it's the last time I ever met Eazy. I mean, never saw Eazy alive, and so he sends me over to Solly's in Woodland Hills, and I meet with him and Mike Klein. And I sat there and we went over everything. And Jerry would always tell me, say, try to get Eric to just call me. I just want him to, so we can talk about the problem. Because, Jerry loved Eazy. I mean, Eazy was like Jerry's kid. Eazy was Jerry's whole world, kind of. So he felt terrible that this was going on. So I'm sitting there with Eazy, healthy as it can be. 1 month later, he is dead.
When Eric went to New York, that's a real scene. When he bumped into Q, when he went to New York, he had just found out that Jerry wasn't stealing. It was a couple of days after my birthday, and me and my wife now, Kavita, we were driving, and the sheriffs pulled me over, and I still had a gun on me that we'll use for a video shoot from Tab and DeVilla video that Eric and we had on, that we shot the video. I called Eric. No, I called Jerry. I said, Jerry, I'm in jail. Jerry immediately got Eric on the phone. Eric said, he started laughing. He said, yeah, it's back in jail. I said, man, they trying to strike me out. Hey, they about to give me life. Yeah, don't worry about it. Just like that, he said, when I get out, I'll bail you out. And basically, my wife, she said it was my gun. She took the case, and they released me right there out the door, right? So on his way, he called my grandmother. He said, hey, where Joey? I'm going to go bail. Oh, he's already home. And I called him. I said, what's up, E? He said, I'll come by. So we went to 8. He told me, he said, man, I found out that Jerry wasn't stealing.
So at one point, Eazy starts to get sick.
He never got sick though.
It just happened overnight.
It happened overnight. This was the situation.
We were at Friday, me and E, and we're having lunch. E wasn't going through nothing. He wasn't coughing in. You know how everybody say, you know, you people look skinny or go through whatever. E had a little pop belly. Like anybody who know E, he had a little pop belly. And when he be at the house in Norwalk, he won't have his shirt on. He had that pop belly showing.
Did you notice, you know what I'm saying, that he was sick? I mean, or did you just think it was
No.
like bronchitis?
No, man. No, man. No, man. He was having an asthma attack at the house in Norwalk. Said he asked one of the twins, what does the asthma attack feel like? And they said they didn't know because they didn't have asthma. They said, call Ed. So he called Ed and he asked Ed, he said, Ed, what does an asthma attack feel like? And he said, it feels like somebody stepping on you, like an elephant stepping on your chest. And he said, I'm having an asthma attack. So he told the twins to take him to the hospital. And when he went to the hospital, they was talking about, it was bronchitis. Don't you think when he went there, they would have thought he knew he had something? And that's the first shit. And then all that other shit, I don't know, bro.
Someone who is really like a super fan of Eazy, a guy named Lando Coleman. He emailed me. And he actually kind of broke down the timeline of what happened. He said Eazy-E was first admitted to Norwalk Community Hospital. He was released 3 days later because he didn't feel better.
If you read in some articles, you'll see that I was there them last couple of days. Before he went to the hospital on Tuesday, I'm talking to him because I'm living in one of the houses. I'm living in the big 4-bedroom with the swimming pool and the barbecue and the basketball courts and all that. And he had like this mini mansion that he was living in. Going to move from there to the Norwalk house. This is after he went to the hospital in Norwalk behind that bronchitis shit. Couple days later, I'm talking to him on the phone, and I'm like, "Cuz, what you want me to do with the keys?" He said tomorrow. That would have been Wednesday, right? But he's talking like, you know, like kind of short breath, and it's some weed up there that I'm supposed to get at. So when I'm telling him, I said, "Cuz, you up there smoking weed?" He said, "I'm not smoking weed," and he's laughing. And I said, "Cuz, you need some oxygen." And he go, "I got oxygen."
So we was finishing up the video that we started, and we was in the mountains. I'll never forget this. We was in the mountains. We was shooting a scene, you know, in the mountain where one of the singers was up in the tree, and the boys was rapping, and Eric was coughing. I said, "The fuck wrong with you?" And he said, "Man, I don't know." He said, "Man, this asthma. I got asthma or some shit."
Because he didn't feel better, he was admitted back. He was admitted to Cedars-Sinai on February 24th, 95.
He did feel better. That's why they let him out. So he felt better. He came to the studio, and in about an hour and a half time of him being in the studio, his lungs collapsed. The Dog Pound had made the song "What Would You Do?" They dissed me on the song. So me and my brother came up with a song called "Dog Pound Killer." Eazy was a part of the song. The night before the studio session, he had a episode with his bronchitis. Because people don't know Eazy's voice sound the way it does is because his lungs wasn't good. That's why he projected that sound out of his voice. He came from the hospital, staying overnight in the hospital that night. Came directly from the hospital to the studio. And when he came, I think one of his groups, Hoes with Attitudes, and some other people had ended up popping up. So when he came to the studio, they was like, "Oh, we want to talk to you." So meanwhile, I've been there for 2 hours prior. So when he popped up, I'm like, "Damn, man, like hurry up and come in here and do your part." Because he already knew it. He just had to lay it. So he's like, "Give me a minute, I'll be in here." I'm like, "All right." I go wait around, come back. I'm like, "E, come do your shit, man. Like, come on. Well, give me a minute, I'll be in there." The last time I go to get him, he's sitting in the hallway on the floor wheezing, taking little bitty breaths like this. So I'm like, damn. So I get down on the floor next to him. I'm like, "Man, what's happening?" He was like, "Man, this asthma is fucking me up, whatever." So I guess on the way in, he went to the clinic. So he had these inhalers and he tried to take them out and, use them. And he seemed like he was getting better. And then it just progressed worse.
And I get a call at night from the twins. He had 2 bodyguards. They gave me a call and said, "Hey, you need to get up here. You need to get up here."
So he went from healthy to sick.
Man, like that. And so I'm looking in this tube. I like, whoa, tripping me out. Right. And from there, the doctor came out. They said, he's in a pneumonia stage. He said, if we can beat this pneumonia, he'll be fine. We can, get him back to health. We said, okay, cool. So everybody that was in the hospital that was, immediate was right there. And, we stayed there.
So at 10 years old, your dad ends up getting sick. How did you find out about it initially?
My grandmother told me, we're going to go see your daddy. And he's not feeling well. And I said, oh, okay, where we going? You going to his house? And then she gave me the thing like, this was after we left the hospital, that he was sick like Magic Johnson. And it still didn't dawn on me. She's just what the best she can say. So when I went to see him, it didn't affect me because he was normal. You know what I mean? He was cool. He wanted to eat McDonald's. It's significant that I know this, that you asked me this, because this is just in my head. And my grandmother kept telling him you couldn't eat solid foods like that. And he started coughing. And that was because, he had the cough, the bronchial cough, and fluid in his lungs. So eating solid food like that wasn't too good. But he was like, Mom, I can't eat this. So he wanted to eat the McDonald's. And I was joking to him about the McDonald's. So I remember coughing a little bit, not too well, and getting some water. We stayed there with him for a while, and then we left.
You were in the hospital with him.
I was there a lot, bro. Like, come on, the first week, every day. And then it got so chaotic that I never went inside no more, because they started changing the rules. They took him from one room to another room and just started changing everything. It just became complicated.
Wednesday, I don't get in contact with him. The next you know it, he's in the hospital. I think it was Thursday. And that's when, you know how everybody's at the hospital going crazy, like, what the hell's going on? And then when I go back to my house, I can't even get in my house because they got the Muslims and the FOIs not letting me in my own crib.
So a lot of things happened that Eazy would have never, ever done on his own. When he got sick, the Nation of Islam basically protected him, or I should say, kept everybody else out. And Eazy was never that fond of of Muslims, because Ren was a Muslim, and Eazy used to make fun of him all the time. And the babies' mamas couldn't get up to see him. The babies couldn't get up to see him. We couldn't get up to see him. I called the twins, Jacob and John Tobio, who were his two, the two Samoan bodyguards, because I really wanted to see him. I didn't know what was going on. And they said, nah, man, they're not letting anybody up. Don't even try to come up here.
So when you initially went to go see him, he was still talking and everything.
Still talking.
So what was that conversation like?
It was just like, he was just like, man, he was scared. You know what I'm saying? As anybody would be, he was scared. And I think that, honestly, I think he knew it was something more. Like, to be truthful, I think he knew it was something more than him just popping up being sick. Although he couldn't really express it, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think he was in front of it. I was like, it was something more to it.
And at first it was rumors going around, like, oh, he got that shit. And I was like, what you talking about? Like, that ain't real. That ain't real.
He didn't want to talk to me about it. And I talked to him on the phone when he was in the hospital. Not the Cedars, but the first hospital he was in. Okay. We talked on the phone. He said, watch yourself. I'm like, what are you talking about? And I was at his house shooting a film. He said, watch yourself.
Initially, I was kind of like, I started thinking about everything. Like, damn, like, nah, like, something ain't right about that, though. Because my little brother's father died from it, but he was a heroin addict. And when he had it, I seen the way his health deteriorated over time.
Yeah. With
Eazy, it was never the case.
Did you know about his situation before they announced it?
I knew about it, before, because I knew it. Matter of fact, the rumors got around before that.
And the press conference was 3/16/95.
A hardcore rapper who celebrates sex, crime, and violence in his music is in a hospital tonight with AIDS. He says he has no idea how he got the fatal disease.
Well, in
it's kind of interesting. I think I share the sentiments of the family that we're all praying that we'll get past this. We just felt that given the nature of the press, and not necessarily saying the people that are here today, we felt that it was important for us to come forward to dispel any rumors and make sure that the truth be told. Yeah. Yes, Dre and Q have been notified. They were notified this morning.
Yeah, he just said that they're probably on their way to the hospital right now.
Did you say he was in the hospital?
Yes, he is in the hospital at this point.
What's his condition? I'm sorry.
His condition is in intensive care. We're not certain where it's at. It's a question that was asked earlier, right? Eric Eazy is in intensive care. He's in the hospital. We're waiting. It's a moment-by-moment situation. We're praying that he pulls out of it.
What's taking place?
I'd rather not mention the names of the kid.
Is he conscious?
Yes.
What hospital is he?
I'd rather not mention the name of the hospital. I'm Ron Sweeney, his attorney. SWEENEY.
I think we got it now. Everybody's going to hear that now, Joe. That's it.
Thank you.
Eazy announced that he had AIDS.
Yeah. Well, he didn't announce it.
Who announced it?
The lawyer announced
The lawyer announced it.
Yeah. He didn't say that.
So basically 15 days later.
Yeah, his condition was terrible at that time, yo. He was not breathing on his own at this point. That's the whole point that I'm trying to tell you. He a respirator, you know, he had all that shit in his nose and his mouth. He was hardly ever conscious. Hardly ever.
Eazy's diagnosed with AIDS.
Right.
How did you feel when you heard
I
it?
was crushed.
Crushed.
I was crushed. I think we was on the road promoting promoting Uncle Sam's Curse. A few days before I left, maybe like a week ago, I'm telling you about the conversation that he said he had with Cube.
Did you go see him in the hospital?
Oh yeah. Tamika came and she was like, well, you can go in there, but you know, he's just laying up in there. I don't want to see him with no tubes heating up. He can't talk. I don't want to see him.
Okay.
Because I wanted to remember me and him at the mixing board smoking weed. I didn't want to see him in the bed with shit all up in
tubes
it.
and everything.
Yeah, my last memory was just what I told you. Me and him sitting at my mixing board at the Edge recording studio in Inglewood, California, smoking weed, talking shit. That's my last memory of him.
Day that I heard what he was in the hospital for, I said something's wrong. Like I knew the dude messed with a lot of women, but he also at the same time wore condoms. He did. I mean, I know on TV or whatever he was saying, he was saying shit, but that was a lot of TV talk. I can tell you this right now. You can get 10 people that were kind of, don't even have to be super close to Eric, just kind of close to Eric, and I guarantee at least 5 of them have a story about, oh, I had to run to the store and get him some condoms one day.
And Eazy, I remember I think on the Howard Stern show, he said he doesn't use condoms.
Man,
Come
Eazy used to say stuff for shock
Vlad,
value,
I think that's what Vlad doing right now. He's saying this shit for shock value.
No, he's saying what he really heard.
Eazy actually said that.
Yeah.
How many other people? Let me tell you something. Where was we at when we first heard the story? And we ended up relaying the story to another mogul about what we had just heard.
I don't remember.
At Jerry's Deli,
Okay.
Beverly Center.
Yeah.
With who? Russell Simmons.
Oh, Russell, yeah.
And we told him the rumor that had been told. You know what Russell Simmons said? He said, Dre, do you know how many fucking women I've had sex with without a fucking condom? Do you know the fuck I am? He's like,
and then we can speak about Wilt Chamberlain and all these people.
Come on, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Come on, that ain't even an argument.
Yeah, it don't add
That's
up.
the weakest
Vlad.
argument ever.
And then my boy Big Man, who just passed away not too long ago, him and Eric were really close. They had just had a test 6 months prior to that, which was negative.
Was Tamika in the picture near the end?
We didn't know Tamika, man. We never met this lady.
Okay.
She didn't pop out until after he was in the hospital. And once he passed, she came and basically turned the company upside down.
I hadn't talked to Eric for like 2 years prior to that, but that was still somebody that I consider like a father to me. He helped me so much and he taught me so much. So it's like I'm always, him and Rand are two people that I'm always indebted to, like no matter what. So it's like That's just how I felt, because no matter what Tamika says in the news, no matter what she says to anybody, she wasn't like a top 5. Okay, she weaseled her way back in once he got sick. He was done with her. It's like, ask her this. If you ever talk to her, ask her, hey, did you ever stay in the house in Norwalk? Did you ever stay in the house in Calabasas? No. Like if you're not somebody that he really, really cared about, you're never gonna enter any of these houses. And she would always tell people, oh yeah, I used to live in Norwalk. Bitch, I lived in Norwalk. You never spent the night there. Ever. I lived in Calabasas. You've never even been in that fucking house until after Eric passed.
So it's me, Dirty Red, and Eazy. We're at the little mini mansion talking about what song should be my second single. All right. Next, you know it, your girl is leaving. So I'm on my way upstairs and I say hey to her, and she don't say nothing to me. And Eazy say, never mind her, cuz she leaving. Then the next you know it, my man in the hospital and they married.
Even when he was in the hospital, he wanted to use my phone card to call some of his girls because he didn't want Tamika knowing he was doing this. And I tell you, he, in my estimation, he would have never married Tamika ever. He had girls that he liked more than her, and you know,
So
she ended up with everything.
he didn't sign the marriage certificate. We know that his name is typed on it.
The marriage license that I saw, his name was typed in on it and wasn't written in, and I mean, it wasn't signed by him. It was just too much bullshit.
Yeah. Jerry was on our show. He said that he didn't see his signature on the wedding certificate. It was printed. Do you know anything about that? I mean, was
Yeah,
Eazy?
I saw the same thing Jerry saw. He didn't sign the wedding certificate at all.
I didn't go back until things got a little bad. I was actually right there. It was like they opened that door and I can see. And like I'm pumping on his chest when he kind of went in and out, and doctors rushing in and out. And we went to see him earlier that day, which was normal, like it was. Then before you go to this procedure, this to get fluid off your lungs, and then when he comes out, he has tubes in his mouth and he can't talk. And I went to see him, and really more so just him kind of crying and me crying. So, you know what I mean? It was no more words. A couple of days later, they tell me he died.
Never forget the night, you know, Tamika, Ron Swaney, and another man came up on the elevator, and they went in, you know, as she always did. And they came out, she left. And the next morning, you know, that's when they announced Eric died. So we go crazy, like, what the fuck you talking about? So we hemmed up the doctor. This is shit nobody know. So we hemmed up the doctor. What the fuck? You told it, you know, we on something else. And he told us what happened that night.
Which was?
That I can't really speak on because it might have me in some.
You're saying that
something happened where Eric
took a turn for the worse?
I wouldn't say took a turn for the worse. Just something happened where he ended up getting married, and the next day, you know, day and a half, he was dead.
Rapper Eazy has died in Los Angeles after a battle with AIDS.
The 31-year-old rapper died last night in a Los Angeles hospital. He was hospitalized last month for what he thought was asthma and said that he did not know how he contracted AIDS. Eazy-E, whose real name was Eric Wright, was a founding member of the band NWA. The band practically originated the hardcore style of gangster rap and was a huge influence in the rap community.
I would like to turn my own problem into something good that will reach out to all my homeboys.
I just feel that I got thousands and thousands of young fans that have to learn about what's real when it comes to AIDS.
Yes, Dr. Young.
Dr. Young. Hello? William Young.
Doctor, can you just give us a general? I mean, there was complications two ways.
Yes, his death occurred as a direct complication of acquired immune deficiency syndrome. He was diagnosed earlier this week as having pneumocystis pneumonia. He'd been treated with several regimes to control his pneumocystis. Unfortunately, none of the regimes that he received was successful.
Any idea, Doctor, how he might have contracted this and not knowing that he had it?
No, I have no idea. Historically, he did not get the AIDS virus from homosexual or from IV drug contact. He denied both homosexual activities as well as intravenous drug use. He then must have contracted the AIDS virus through heterosexual contact.
But it would seem unusual that he would be this far along and not have any symptoms prior, or is that incorrect?
No, that is incorrect. Often the AIDS virus can lie dormant in one's system for 8 to 10 years prior to the onset of any signs or symptoms of the disease. It just turns out that he was one of the people who remained totally healthy, whereas that more characteristically, people develop some other manifestation of the decline in the immune system prior to coming in at the final stages. His T cells at the time of his initial evaluation was extremely low, which indicated that he had been that this disease had reached a very definite and advanced stage at the time of his presentation.
Can you talk about his last moments? Did he say anything or anything you can share with us about his last moments?
Well, his last moments in terms of his ability to communicate was actually several days ago, because he has been on life support systems since the 15th, since he was placed in the intensive care unit. He was placed on a machine to aid in his breathing. At the time that he was placed in the intensive care unit, he had such critically low oxygen, he had been paralyzed and sedated in order to maintain him until the time of his death.
I mean, Eazy was the first rapper to die from AIDS.
So they say.
So they say.
You don't believe it?
No.
I know people personally, and I know who's passed away from that. It's a process. You don't just get diagnosed with HIV then die from AIDS. It doesn't happen.
And then
when does it happen? You have a woman who's pregnant when you pass, and you have just had a baby.
You
got
side.
Then
women.
you have 11 other children. Then you got all these other side women.
Yeah.
Why have no one popped up about being it's been given? If you had a cousin, a sister, a friend who had sex with, wouldn't you be telling them?
It don't add up.
It doesn't add up, bro.
Yeah, nobody. That's the thing. None of his kids. Any of the women. Nobody.
And then his death certificate, it says cardiac arrest. How about that?
So why they not saying he died from cardiac arrest? You see what I'm saying? It don't say cardiac arrest due to complications with the AIDS virus. It just says cardiac arrest. You see what I'm saying? And that's just, come on.
He died very quickly. There was no autopsy. He was cremated.
Yeah. And I think the reason why a lot of people think there's the foul play is because of the Suge interview on Jimmy Kimmel.
Technology is so high, right? Right. So if you shoot somebody, you go to jail forever. So the kids, you don't want to go to jail forever, right? So they got this new thing out there. People sell them all the time. They got this stuff they get blood from somebody with AIDS, and then they shoot you with it.
Oh, so that seems bad.
That's a slow death.
Yeah.
An easy thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That Suge saying shit that he should have never had no business saying, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
You know, it's stuff like that. Looking back on it, it's like, yo, what did this dude know?
There's parts of this stuff that we was there for. We was there for parts of the ruthless takeover and a lot of, you know what I mean? We were present. You know what I mean? So it's just the way that a lot of stuff transpired that the public might not really be putting the pieces together like Tupac murder. You know what I'm saying? If they was putting the pieces together like Eazy, then they would see it would be out there. You know what I mean? But it's a reason why that's not being done as well, right?
He had a final statement that was read by his lawyer.
That's not true, though. Who wrote it? See what I'm saying? How can you write a statement when you have a whole respirator pumping your lungs and shit? That's what I'm trying to tell you, yo. It's like, come on. Like, it's, you know, like those people, that lawyer is complicit in this case. That lady is complicit in this case. And some other people, yo. You understand what I'm saying?
When Eazy gets AIDS and this lawyer, Ron Sweeney, he reads this thing that Eric supposedly wrote, to the people, the kids and everything. Again, this is something Eric would have. Some of these things happen that Eric would have never in a million years done.
Supposedly
check this out.
written by him.
Eazy, he was on his deathbed, couldn't speak.
couldn't
do it.
even
I was
talk,
there.
bro.
I was in the
Oh,
hospital.
you showed up.
He had all that.
I was at the hospital. I was in the room. I was in the back with the family.
You went to the hospital.
Yeah.
When Eazy was
Yeah.
dying.
Yeah, immediate.
We was always there. I never would go in though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I would go
I
my
would
way.
be outside.
A lot
in
of
the
people
parking
wouldn't have
lot,
been allowed
but
to go to
yeah,
the
a lot of
places we
people
went
would.
in the hospital. You understand what I'm saying?
We don't know who wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
But
we know he didn't write it. We know that for a fact. It wasn't in his handwriting. And you can probably find it. And I can show you how he wrote. He wrote like somebody that does graffiti. You understand what I'm saying? And I doubt if he read that letter in that handwriting. I honestly do. The media, their push kind of like overshadowed the truth. You know what I'm saying? By them just saying that and everybody ran with it. A lot of people might still think that that's the bottom line, but the closer that we got to the facts, and just being a logical, rational human being, bro, it just doesn't add up. And then they just got out of like arbitration with Tamika. Eric and some people in his family and a couple of people that I know. And it almost came out. The truth almost came out. You know what I'm saying? Because it goes that deep. You see what I'm saying? So that's why she spoke what she spoke. She knows a different story. That's why me and my brother sit here and said what we said. We know a different story.
I'm not one to hold my tongue or take back what I say, but I think based on what you're telling me, I'm going to apologize to Eazy's family.
Appreciate it, bro.
For saying some things that may not be as black and white as I thought they were. And, shout out to little Eazy and the rest of Eazy's family. I think he had 11 kids now?
Yeah, 11. Yeah.
Yeah. There's actually 2 kids named
Yeah,
Eric.
we always knew. I mean, I've always knew it was 11, although I didn't know who all the 11 were. But that's before he passed away. I knew it was 11. I know the kids didn't know, but I did.
Okay. Well, in that final letter that was read, he said 7.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. See what I'm trying to tell you? See what I'm saying? There's foul play. Ain't no doubt about it.
Foul play.
My dad told me that. My dad, rest in peace, he told me, he said, look, he said, I don't know. He said, but I know when you're dealing with people in big business, and Eric was a young, powerful dude, I wouldn't count out foul play. He told me that. He woke me up one morning, like 5 o'clock in the morning. I was like, I don't understand what happened to Eric. It doesn't make any sense. I've been around AIDS. I've been in the music business for 30 years. I've never seen nobody die that quick of AIDS. This doesn't make any sense. He said, but when you talk about big business with the people that we've dealt with all our whole career, you can't rule out foul play. It's many of people have told me that. Do I have proof? No. Do I feel a certain way about it? Yes, I do. That's my honest thing, Vlad. I feel a certain way about it.
There was rumors on the internet where he claimed that you had injected Eazy with AIDS. What's your response to that?
My response to that is follow the money. Who had the most to gain from Eazy dying? I'm the only person that didn't gain from it.
A whole bunch of bullshit.
I'm the only person that had nothing to gain and everything to lose from him dying.
We had great accountants. We had smart guys. And the whole thing about Jerry stealing and all that stuff, total bullshit.
Do you have any speculations in your mind of who could have possibly done that?
I don't know. I'd put it like this. Money was the rule of all evil. I'll leave that statement.
Yeah.
Definitely. Well, I know one person. It wasn't the wife. That's for sure.
It wasn't the wife.
No.
Okay.
Ain't no
way.
That was a fact.
We had somebody on the show prior to you that kind of suggested it didn't come out and say. So you're saying it wasn't the wife.
Yeah, okay. Bigger entities involved.
Bigger entities. Could these be possibly the same entities that had something to do with Tupac's flame?
I don't know. That I don't know.
Like a star. Like a star.
Wish we were there. Wish we were there. Breaking all the rules. When niggas try to play fair. Ain't nothing fair in this game of life. You gotta get yours before you lose your life. The game is designed for them to win. You think I'm lying? Visit the pen. They already got a number reserved for your ass. Don't be a fool and join their class. They want you to enroll in their institution so they can pimp you with their new form of prostitution. Wake up, my niggas, and hear me clear. Don't be a slave to this game called fear. You got a mind, you gotta use it. Because if you don't, they will abuse it. Don't be a victim to their game. Learn the rules, my niggas, and do the same. There's a lot more money on that other side. And my niggas, you don't have to run and you don't have to hide.
Well, family, we're going to conclude with that one for tonight since it's getting so late. And we will pick up on Friday where we left off to finish this up. And about time, did you have any thing you wanted to say before we close? There you go. You had two connections open. Can you hear me? All right, family. We appreciate everybody that came through tonight. About time you can hit us up in Clubhouse probably tomorrow. And we appreciate that you all took the time to come and spend with us tonight. And I hope the information was good information for you, and it gave me a lot to think about because there was quite a bit that I didn't know about this. And I thank Boss Lady and her sources for putting this together. So you all have a blessed evening, and we will see you on Friday night. So good night, everyone.